Guys, I've been so obsessed with Warcraft 3 lately that I haven't done a whole lot of miniature painting. Today, however, we're getting back into the rhythm, okay? Today we're getting back into the rhythm. I'm gonna continue painting up my little orc. Let me see if I can maybe... There we go. Lower it just a tad, the brightness that is. I have finished the head, and I did a little bit of painting off stream as well. So I have done the straps on the back over here. So this is one of his arms, obviously. Same for the strap over here on that side. I think they look pretty cool. I may change them a little bit as well later on. I'm not entirely sold on them yet, but same of course on the other hand. This one is not quite as tidy, so I think I'll probably go back in and change it. And I of course also did it over here on the back of the boots. I still have to do the belt, but the back of the boots. And I did a little bit of highlighting off stream. So I finished, well, for the most part anyways, the yellow armor. That was quite a bit of work. Same over here on the top. I will add a little bit more color variety to it, I think. And obviously later on the head is going to be glued onto that in the front. It's going to look good. It's going to look good. But we'll continue onwards today. I haven't yet done the yellow highlighting on the arms. So we'll have to do a little bit of that. Do I use an airbrush on my minis? For this I have only used an airbrush for the base coat of the green. So basically, I mean, I could have just done a regular brush for it. It's just that I used the... I used some Elysian green, which is like a, this one right over here, for the base coat of the paint, or of the skin. And you can't do that with a brush, it just takes longer. And I had an airbrush. So I figured I'll just use the airbrush, but I could have just used the brush for it. Other than that, absolutely no airbrushing. Well, I used the primer too, I guess. I did you know, you can just do a rattle can primer though, that works too. But yeah, other than that, pretty self-explanatory. I got some tiny little dollops of paint over here. Gotta do a little bit more, but this time around for the arms. I'm just making sure that I'm gonna use the exact same color because I don't really remember exactly what color I used. I think I started with a highlight of Flesh Kits. Yes, that's what we'll do. So I wanna do similar highlighting on the side panels here of the arms as I did on the wrist. No mods in the chat? Never. There are never any mods in the chat. They're scared when you guys appear. Mods on my channel only appear off stream. Isn't that insane? How do we tackle this, guys? I guess we'll start with the edges. I need to make sure that we get some pretty nice thin highlights. No, I don't. I paint whatever I like. So not just orcs. This is my first orc in quite a while. I did an orc last year when I first got started with mini painting. So we can draw some comparisons, I guess, when we're done with this one. We can look at the work I did last year and see if it's any better. I think it's gonna be better. I think it'll look quite a bit better, actually. But yeah, that's the plan. What games are we doing today? We're doing some StarCraft casting after this, and then we'll do some RTS games. Either some Battle Aces or some Warcraft 3 is what I'm thinking. You're painting Orruks for a painting competition later next month? Yo! Very nice. Hope the work is going well, dude. I've never done a painting competition before, but it seems pretty stressful. Yeah, I generally try to paint with a light source coming in from the top. I think that's the easiest way of doing it. You can do some object-based lighting. Like say, for example, they have like a, I don't know, like somebody's carrying a torch, for example. That works. But I think if you're a noob, like myself, expecting the light to be from the absolute top is probably the easiest way to do things. I think I'm gonna do some more Night Elf, but I've been thinking about maybe trying out some Human. Human in Warcraft 3 looks pretty easy. In comparison anyways, maybe I'm wrong. But it looks pretty fun. Seems like Human has quite a few good units available, you know? With Night Elf, it's like, okay, there's all these options, but really you can only use these 4. I do like Night Elf a lot now. Night Elf does seem pretty complex, but I've made quite a bit of progress and I feel like I have a lot more climbing to do. Night Elf has a great variety on how to lose games, it seems. Yeah, a little bit. As with every RTS game, the grass is always greener on the other side. That is the nature of competition, I guess. But we have certainly not reached the cap of what I can do with Night Elf, though. I can definitely play better. I do think in Warcraft 3, Night Elf kind of suits me. Oh, I've done quite a few miniatures at this point, Mighty Bone. Absolutely, yeah. I have done a few dozen, I would guess, over the last year. Yeah. Anything in particular you want to see? I can pull it out. I've got them on the shelf behind me. The one I'm most proud of. Oof. I've got a few that I quite like. I can show you. I have a Flesh Terror that I completed last month. I have a Horus Heresy Dreadnought that I think looks pretty cool. And I've got the, here we go, I have a couple. Harbinger of Decay. This is one of the Age of Sigmar miniatures. I think in general this one turned out pretty cool. Pretty happy with that one. I also did a Horus Heresy Dreadnought. This is in the colors of the Sons of Horus. And for this one, I wanted to try and create a very battered, like a very, you know, battle-worn type of thing in the middle of a battlefield. So we got some nice, cool effects all over it. Yeah, this one is quite a bit smaller though, this orc that I'm painting right now. Just think, you know, size comparison, you know? This guy is a little smaller. And last month I did a Flesh Terrors. What do you call it? Flesh Terrors. Not a Dreadnought. I think I just called it a Dreadnought. It's not a Dreadnought. Terminator. That's it. I'm very happy with how the red armor in particular turned out. I think that looks pretty cool. You think my blood is a bit too glossy on the Dreadnought? Yeah, fair enough. So now we're trying to do an Orruk. Yeah, I've been reading a bunch of the Warhammer books. I actually finished, I forgot the name of it already. I thought it was a strongly mediocre book. I mean, it was okay. Iron something, Warhammer 40k, Graham McNeil. It was an Storm of Iron, that's it. An Iron Warriors book. Pretty fun, but not my favorite. If you're into Iron Warriors though, you should definitely read it. No, I think it's better than the bad Horus Heresy books for sure. Basically, it's a very long book about well, not a very long book, but it's like a very long siege. It's about this this battle that the Iron Warriors are trying to do. And they're sieging this world. It is pretty cool. You've been getting into the Night Lords Omnibus? I'm reading the third one of that one right now too. I read the first two. Dude, that series of books is excellent. It's funny too, man. When you read the Night Lords for a little bit too long, at some point you're like, yeah, no, that seems reasonable. In the third book, they're doing this whole like elaborate explanation on how they're like flaying humans alive and skinning them because they need them to feel as much pain as possible. And after reading a bunch of those books, you're like, oh yeah, no, that seems, I mean, yes, it's a little messed up, but that seems like a great way to, you know, realize what you need. Yeah, Night Lords are nuts. Well, I think they're more messed up than the average Space Marine Legion. None of the Warhammer factions are particularly nice, but the Night Lords certainly have problems. It's assholes versus assholes. A little bit of that. I gotta make these lines just a slight bit thicker, so the next highlight stage will actually show up.
Hey, couldn't catch Grubby Tournament live, but I watched your games, it was fun games, I think you had a great showing.
Thank you very much, Facilia. Glad you enjoyed it. I had a really good time too. I was a little salty, but you know, it happens. I'm pretty happy with how I played overall. That's a little too much. I am gonna have to head off a little early, by the way, today. Today is what we call in the Netherlands Tweede Paasdag. So yesterday was Eerste Paasdag, which would be like first Easter day. Today is officially second Easter day. It is a national holiday. So we're gonna go have dinner over at Laurent's dad's. I am Dutch? No way. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I am Dutch. Okay. Trying to decide if we need any more. Maybe one more up here would be nice, but... Trying to create these little separating bits. Like the armor has been hit by a hammer repeatedly. Yeah, I heard the Pope died today. That's pretty wild, dude. On second Easter day. He was looking pretty unwell yesterday. I saw like a video of him giving a... It's pretty wild, dude. But apparently he was still doing his thing yesterday. Because obviously it was Easter, which is a very important holiday for Christians. Yeah. Pretty badass he still did that. Is this our cue to go watch that that CGP Grey video again on how to become Pope? Spoiler alert, you're too late. You're way too late. Even though you don't generally become Pope until you're like, you know, probably late 60s at earliest. You're already too late. GG. Let's go to Nakura. Pretty good. I haven't done a lot of painting lately, but we're bringing it back. Now that the Warcraft 3 tournament is over, I was really kind of missing miniature painting. So I'm planning on doing like maybe an hour or two every stream. Something like that. Let's go to Maldefrost. Hello. Yeah, it is what it is. Is it hereditary, being a pope? No. What's the perks of being the pope anyway? I mean, you may not like it, but it's one of the most powerful positions in the world. Yeah, what's the reason? I don't know, bro. In theory, apparently any man can become the Pope. I think you have to be above the age of 35 or whatever. It's just like the Cardinals. The Cardinals seem to prefer promoting, you know, from their inner circle though. Yeah, I know. But in theory, so I watched CGP Grey made a video on this years ago on how to become Pope. Basically, first off, you have to be a priest, which is reasonable, I guess. You have to get like a doctorate in theology and a bunch of other stuff. So you do have to go back to school. Then you have to become a bishop, which basically relies on a lot of RNG. Long story short, you need to wait until somebody dies or, you know, decides to stop doing their job. And then you have to become a cardinal as well, which requires even more of the same thing. And then after all of that, when you arrive at the age of 75 or so, you have to hit the RNG jackpot that you're also the most liked within your group of cardinals. It gets very messy. I mean, I don't really follow closely what the Pope does, but he seemed like a good enough guy as far as popes go. At the very least, tried to make things a little bit more modern, it seemed. Although I don't really follow all the news, so I don't really know. But the little bits and pieces I've caught here and there. That's a little too thick. We'll have to fix this in a little bit. You have to have very high charisma stats. Yes, yes. And therefore, that will not be the case, Ramble. I don't know if the Pope has ever had anybody else fake a Path of Exile 2 account for him, you know? That's negative charisma for sure. I have not played Disco Elysium either. I heard the game is actually pretty sick. What's going on, Kuniko? It's pretty slow? Okay. Dude, I sat in the sun yesterday. Can you guys see this shit? Ay, ay, ay. I managed to get nice. Look, you can see my watch. Don't sit in the sun, gamers. It's bad for your health, okay? Don't do it. Now my wrist does ouchie. Yeah, it's hurt. It's not fun. You hope I will recover from the sun exposure? Thank you, good. Thank you very much, good sir. I appreciate that. I find it unlikely. Gamers can't stay in running water? No, 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 no. You will wipe off all the gamer musk. One of the worst things you can do. Yo.
Disco is an extremely sad and hilarious game. You go through a whole set of emotions playing it. It's also quite funny for streaming, although some would disagree. You should defo play it whether on or off stream. Top 10 games in the last decades.
Really? Those are very high grades. Shaggy. Shaggy. Okay. I think I own the game. I picked it up a long time ago during a Steam sale, but I never played it. That was a flex. I hope you're impressed. Chet is properly impressed, dude. The €2 that I spent on that game during the Steam summer sale in 2012. Actually, I don't know how long old the game is, but I heard it's good. I don't know. I haven't played it before. Okay. Gotta tidy things up a little bit with the previous base coat color. Look at any little splotches that I see that I don't really like. So I'm gonna take some of the original Everland Sunset. It's a pretty nice color, actually. You're worried Loco will get bored of Disco Elysium because it's a lot of reading? I love reading. I know letters. I know several letters, actually. I know like a dozen. The only problem is that reading a lot of words on stream from a video game can become pretty bad for your voice, I think. It's like, you know, I don't really want to play a game where I have to talk non-stop. Even though I do talk a lot. I notice when I'm reading, it just kind of, my voice gets kind of messy. Because I try to do a good job, and then, you know, I really like CRPGs, but it's tricky to play a CRPG on stream if only part of it is voice acted or not at all. That's why Baldur's Gate is such a sick game, dude. Like, literally everything is voice acted. All of it is voiced in Elysium? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Everything is voiced. Oh, okay. I don't have to read. Gotcha. I still have to interpret them. I see. And as we all know, streamers are really bad at paying attention. Okay. I think that one's looking pretty decent. This one can definitely use a little bit of love. Okay. Yeah, the shoulders are gonna be hidden below the, so he's got pretty big shoulder pads. So the shoulders are gonna be mostly hidden. Like if you imagine this going in there, yeah, it's gonna be hard to see much. By the way, I noticed this. You see that on top of the bicep vein? I managed to get some orange on there. How nice is that? Kinda sucks. Anyways. It was going to happen at some point anyways, but kinda wish it didn't. Well, we don't have to GG, we can just paint over it, but... A little dramatic there. Next miniature. It's over, man. All right, I'm gonna mix a little bit of the bright yellow together with some ice yellow, which is very, very bright. Ice yellow is almost, it's almost white. It's very close to white. I'm gonna try and do a bit of a second coat of it before using the pure ice yellow for like the brightest highlights. So that is the, see like how some of the spots are near white? That's that color. You use like a ½ liter of isopropyl alcohol in the last 2 weeks? Stripping your minis? Oh no. Can we eat the yellow ice? Yes. You probably should never eat paint, but it's good on Steam Machine. I don't really want to do any weathering on this mini just yet, but maybe we will, yeah. We can always make things bloody if we need to. Am I good at English? I think I'm decent at English. I can speak the language. Okay, let's try and do a little bit of the highlighting. So we want to do slightly thinner lines here. I'm actually going to switch to a smaller brush. I'm going to switch to a Winsor & Newton miniature brush. Oh, he was asking if I'm good at English because of studying it. Oh, okay. I think I got decent at English initially by playing video games. I played a lot of RuneScape. And RuneScape forces you to communicate quite a bit with other strangers. I got really good at asking people's fire making level at a young age. I didn't go to school to study English though, no. To be fair, if you go back to my old videos, I was pretty bad at it. I just kind of face tanked my way through English though, so you know, I tend to face tank my way through a lot of things in life, it seems. Try to stay within the previous lines. Make it slightly stronger, but also slightly brighter. But as long as we keep it thin, it should look good. It's just that these lines are very, very skinny. Yeah, pronunciation is always one of the things to work on. I feel like you can always keep working on pronunciation though if you're not like natively speaking a language. English has about 1 million different accents, so that kind of helps, I guess. Like it's much more apparent if somebody is, you know, if you're learning Dutch, it's a tricky language to learn in the first place. But also, even though we have a lot of different accents, it's quite apparent. Since it's only really spoken in the Netherlands, right? It's quite apparent if somebody wasn't born in the Netherlands. But I think for English, since there's so many people in so many different places that speak English, it's a bit more straightforward. Really, Edamar, huh? Some native speaking English have some very sketchy pronunciations too. I mean, maybe, but that still makes it accurate though, right? Like if it's maybe the color or maybe the language is a little messed up, but the idea of this yellow gear is that it's supposed to look like it's hammered together. So like the orcs quickly, you know, dunked it into a bucket of paint and tried to get some armor. I want it to be quite dented and bruised, so it's supposed to be dented armor. That's the idea anyways. If it doesn't read like that, I gotta keep painting. What's good on your stoner? Hello. Thank you. Okay. I may glaze some of the colors over. Make them a little bit less poppy. Poppy? Is that a word? I guess it is. I want them to pop slightly less. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. We'll let this dry for a minute. Go to the other fist. My paint is a little too diluted, sadly, which makes things a bit messy. Where did I get the wire that's holding his hand? Basically, this is just a paper clip. I drilled a little hole inside of the shoulder, and then I super glued it in. It's just a paper clip. And then into a cork. This is a whiskey cork. Yeah, I think the camera sometimes makes the wires look really thick. It's a bit difficult sometimes to show scale through, like the scale of the Mini, I mean, through a camera lens. I don't really know what I can use to like show you guys how small these things are. So on camera sometimes it looks bigger than it is. You know what I'm saying? Here, I have a computer mouse. Computer mouse for scale. I could just leave a pen in the background. Yeah, you can see my thumb. Here we go, a thumbnail. Maybe I'm just a giant though. I should use a €1 in the background. Americans will be very confused though. They're like, coins? What's a coin? Actually, they have coins in the US too, although I've never seen them before. Also, Zoomers will be confused because nobody in the Netherlands actually uses cash anymore, it seems. So, you know. Trying to use the side of the brush wherever possible. What's going on, Holy Roman? Thank you, dude. Okay, we're gonna use a little bit of the pure ice yellow. This is gonna be the sharpest highlight. So I don't really want to dilute the paint too much. Seems like generally, the sharper, the less dilute the paint should be. Just because we don't really want to take multiple passes if we cannot all avoid it. This is mostly just for the sharpest spots. Not everywhere. Looks pretty good. This part over here looks sharp. And a little bit of paint in that direction too. Okay. This is monkey shoulder. It definitely is. What's up, Nikki? Hello. Good morning. Afternoon, evening. Whatever. Okay. I'll have to add some battle damage to that peak over there because I'm not really too fond with how this section worked out. But we'll get to that in a moment. Gonna add a little bit of weathering to some of these parts. I don't think I really need a whole lot of brightness over there. I think it's okay. Isn't whiskey like unhealthy and stuff? Yes. All alcohol is bad for you, dude. You've picked up the Space Marine Flamer Squad starting package. Yo! NLD going in. Okay, we're gonna get a little bit of a Rhinox hide, which is a very dark brown. Yeah, dude. The first hit of Games Workshop isn't even free. That's how it goes. It is definitely the best value though. The starter packages generally give you pretty good value for money. But the first hit of Games Workshop isn't free. Now I have this tiny little... It's like a packaging foam. We're gonna do a little bit of battle damage randomization with that. I wasn't happy with the first time that I did it. And I figured what I need is some RNG. But doing manual RNG is really hard. So the build order is to dip a tiny little bit of paint onto the sponge and then start chipping away. That's the plan. Just gotta make sure that I don't have too much paint on my my sponge. So I'm gonna just dip it in some brown paint. And we're gonna start stippling until there's not too much. And we can kind of add a little bit of battle damage like that. Specifically around the edges, where Mr. Orkman would most likely face trouble. It's always a little crazy though, because obviously you do give up some control. But I've found that usually this looks a bit nicer than, well, that's a little large. Anyways. Than doing it with a brush. We'll obviously add some manual highlights to it again in a moment. I find chipping in general not to be too easy. It's actually quite tricky to do it well. I think the important thing is not to have too much paint. On the brush. Or sponge in this case. Obviously you can always tidy things up, right? So it's not permanent if you don't like it, but it's mostly a bit sketchy here with all the green skin, because I really don't want to get it onto the green skin. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's go to Angry Boiled. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna add some tiny little squiggly lines as well, using the same color in between the parts that we just painted, to try and connect some of the little dots. Obviously need this to be very thin. Like skinny, that is. There we go. Hello, Harstem. Wait, I'm Harstem? I didn't know I was Harstem. Egg puns? Very nice. I can imagine Easter is your favorite time of the year, isn't it? Angry boiled eggs. How are you? Hope you had an excellent Easter. You hate eggs? Oh, well, never mind then. Hope your Easter was garbage. Is that better? Hope you had a really bad time. Everybody hates eggs, right? Actually, no, eggs are overpowered. I will not have any egg slander in the chat. Okay. Pretty pleased with that, actually. Sponges are overpowered for some of these things, dude. Like, when you need proper randomization, it's a little bit risky. But I think sponges really help out. Same over here. You gonna run for Pope, Thort? I think you should, dude. I know it's not something I can vote for, and I know it's very unlikely to happen, but I'm cheering for you if you decide to make the call. You're painting at 4 in the morning? Oof. Brave. You're braver than me. I don't think I should be painting at 4 a.m. ever. Okay. Do we need to improve any of the chipping over here? I think we may need to. Could add a little bit more in some parts. Sword ate a lot of colorful eggs, dude. He's completely lost it. I don't think I'll become, no, I don't think I'll become the Pope. Very unlikely. Thank you guys though for the support. Would you still remain subscribed to my Twitch stream if I'm the Pope? Because I don't think I'll be able to stream much. We gotta add a little bit of highlighting now as well to the battle damage, which sounds a little ironic. You will become the next Pope, Dita Hunter? Really? Is it because you're celibate? I believe that is one of the requirements, but it is not, you know. What's going on? JFKZ Zombie Force 5. Thank you for the 100 bits. As a Pope, I can reform all the stuff and force Flemish to be the language of the church. Wow. Good luck with that, dude. Dita Hunter's gonna become Pope. First thing he does is organize a crusade to the Netherlands. Tonight, we march on Amsterdam! D, chill, bro. Come on. I know I've joked a lot about Belgium, but... I mean, to be fair, it was deserved too, but... Okay. How are we feeling about the yellow armor, guys? Let me move it up on my own big screen over here so I can actually see a little bit better. Using my own stream output as a way to view the mini. What do you guys think of the yellow armor? I think the arm over here is looking pretty good. I may want to add like a tiny little highlight over here on the inside. Even though I don't believe this is ever going to be visible. I can paint it now. I spent quite a bit of time actually on the straps. I think it turned out okay. We need to add a little bit of matte varnish to it, I think, which is gonna make it look a little bit less glossy. But I think they turned out pretty cool. I also need to add a similar highlight over here. Just going around the outside here. I mean, this is going to be completely obscured, I think, but anyways. When we glue the mini on, or the arm rather, onto the torso, a lot of this is going to be nearly invisible. Yeah, pretty pleased with that. And then the main armor on the rest of the body. I think it looks nice. I think it looks nice. What time is it? 1:15. We can do a little bit more painting. I think I'm gonna paint for like another half hour or so. We can pick the next part of the miniature to paint, guys. I'm thinking the trousers. I'm thinking the trousers. You think the chipping is a little too dark? Yeah, originally I went with like a Mornfang brown and I thought it was a little too boring. So I decided to go with something darker because it seemed a little bit too yellowy or a little bit too reddy rather. So I don't know. Maybe you're right though. Maybe it is a little bit too dark. We can have a lot of different variety for the trousers, to be honest. I'm trying to think what colors would be nice. Do we just keep them black? We can do like a bluish color. We can do like a tan type of color. Maybe like a tan color would look kind of nice. I'm looking at my colors right now. I'm not sure what I should use. Didn't really plan for this. Something like Xandri Dust, maybe? You think that's gonna be too brown? We could do like a bluish color as well if you want to. I'm thinking about keeping it kind of brown though. No, these are regular acrylic paints. These ones are specifically meant for miniature painting. Basically, they're very high quality and they come in very small bottles. But they are ultimately just acrylic paints. Let me see. Maybe these two colors work kind of nicely. We could create like a nice tan color. Yeah, we can always change it if we don't like it. Yeah, I'll try and mix these two together. Can I use my acrylic paints that I use for painting on canvas? You absolutely can, yeah. Just keep it very thin. Just keep it very thin. I think a lot of like the other paints are Generally a little bit more like heavy-bodied. But yeah, you certainly could use them. All right, so I'm just gonna mix those two colors together, and we'll try to do a little bit of a base coat of the box. So there's gonna be like a tan type of color, hopefully. We want him to be wearing khakis, apparently. No. I moved all of the paints into dropper bottles, which is a pain in the ass. By default, they come in these little painting pots, which I really don't like. I like the paints, but not so much the pots. It's a bit annoying, but... Takes a little bit of time to manually move them over, but... It is what it is. It's gonna take a couple coats for sure. Yeah, I hope that one day they will go to dropper bottles by default. Because even though these bottles that I have right now are fine, it would be nice if I didn't have to transfer them over the first time around, right? Seems like there's very little advantage to using the pots. Especially for the airbrush paints, dude. Like the fact that they have airbrush paints, but those are not in a dropper bottle, just kind of silly. I don't know, dude. There's a lot of competition these days for miniature paint, for Warhammer painting, or, you know. I don't think Games Workshop could really move them over to dropper bottles and then charge a lot more money. I don't think that's gonna happen. I'd be very surprised, but maybe. It is GW, so you never know. A convenience fee. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they redo the whole line though. Redo the whole line, make the paint slightly better, move them into dropper bottles, get rid of the silly layering and base paint system that they use. Doesn't make any sense. Probably have to tidy up some of the details here later on. I think the Citadel paints are way nicer when you stop thinking about layer paints and base paints, which is kind of a silly thing because they specifically tried to do this, and then I think it's much nicer to use them as just the different colors. How do we feel about this tan color, guys? Some of the armor is going to be black. So I think it kind of works, but... I feel like this is kind of where we can add some individuality though. If I end up painting the whole unit, having a little bit of variety in the clothing might be fun. The too thin coat paints are considered to be really good. They're not quite a one-to-one match to the Games Workshop stuff, obviously, because it's a different paint, but I've read a lot of very positive reviews of people that really like them. Ultimately, acrylic paints have been around for a long time, right? And there's quite a few brands now that have very high quality ones, but you could just use artist-like paints. That's totally viable. A lot of people use artist paints. Just because it says Wargaming on the bottle does not mean it's gonna magically be better. All of them do shiny, yeah. Very rarely do they, like the artists for the box art for Games Workshop, they don't really consider layer paints for like layering consistencies and base paints for base painting or base coating. Like, it's not really a system anybody uses. Maybe it made more sense though when Citadel paints were first thought out, right? Like when nobody really was good at painting and there wasn't such like a large painting community. Maybe when everybody was garbage, it was a good system, but I feel like right now it's a little silly. Doesn't really do anything. But maybe I'm missing the point, I don't know. Mini paint should have a higher pigmentation compared to regular ones. I mean, some do, some don't, right? Like, some of the Games Workshop paints are a little bit memey. They're a bit inconsistent. And that's kind of what the other paint brands, I think, that are more recent do a better job of. Like, every single one of the paints tend to behave more like the others. Whereas with Games Workshop, some of the paints are just slightly different. They're all pretty good. I mean, I'm using them right now. When I first got into the hobby in the early 2000s, they didn't have the layering system? Really? Wait, this is like a pretty recent addition? I mean, the year 2000, that's like what, 10 years ago? Give or take. Maybe it's monetary reasons, I don't know. From like an artist point of view though, I guess it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Trying to get a decent base coat. Not really too concerned about hitting the satchel or the knee pad over here. Obviously want to stay out of the green. And the yellow. And the straps that I've already painted. Dang, the 3D printing of the Mecha Tyranid is taking that long? Like one wing takes 5 hours? I've not done any 3D printing. I don't really know exactly how long it takes, but that sounds like a pretty long time, dude. Is this just a norm with 3D printing? Like, does everything always take a while? Has anybody, by the way, been watching the second season of The Last of Us? Is it any good? I liked the first season a lot. I will watch the second season regardless, but I haven't heard anybody talk about it over the last week. We may begin watching it tonight or so if we have time. But anybody that's been enjoying it? I like the games a lot. Started yesterday, first episode was fine. Okay. Very similar to the game? Okay. Yeah, it makes sense, Shiny. That makes perfect sense. What about the little loincloth that little bro over here has? What color do we make that? I guess it's like leather? I'm guessing that's leather, right? It's a little different than the... Yeah. If it's like the game, I'm assuming they will like do this the third season or something of The Last of Us from the other perspective, right? It's the only thing that makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Because that's kind of what the game does, right? The Last of Us 2, where it switches perspective to, what's her name, Abby or something? In the second half of the game? I don't know if they do the same thing in the show. But if they want to milk it, that would be the easiest way to do it. Pretty good. That one's leather, but most of the other okay. Yeah, most of them have like a chainmail cloth. This one seems to be leather. Chainmail is a bit easier to paint, I find, but we can work with this. Yeah, so we have some more of that. We have to decide what colors we make each of those. Actually, I think this little part over here is supposed to be yellow. Now that I'm looking at it a little bit better, there's a segment over here in between that I never painted yellow. Should definitely paint that now though, before I do any of the other plating in between. Okay, we'll let that dry for a minute. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this like in a very dark brown. I think that probably makes sense. Maybe actually base coat it with the Rhinox hide that I still have on my palette right now. Same color we used for the scratches in the armor. I think Rhinox hides probably makes the most sense for it. We can add some brighter colors to it now. For the beast, I guess it's like a beast pelt. Let's get Andres on. The wings take particularly long because the limbs are at an angle, so you need a lot of support. I see. Yeah, I can imagine when you do a lot of 3D printing, a lot of this stuff just takes a long time. That's probably also where like the higher end printers are kind of good at, right? Like they're probably like quicker. Can imagine at least like more precise. Always tricky. Okay, it's actually starting to look like he's got some clothes now. I think I'm gonna use a like a wash, like a shade paint over all of these wrinkles and cloth. I think it's going to be pretty useful for this part of the mini. We can obviously relayer it again tomorrow when it's fully dry. I think that's probably a good way to add some shading to some of this. I don't know, Ukro. I would like to play again, dude. How about that? I'll play a second time. I'll play human this time around. Thank you, dude. Glad you enjoyed watching it. I'm thinking I'm just gonna add some good old Agrex Earthshade to the pants. Oh, jeez. I was shaking it so vigorously I hit my microphone. I'm sorry. Don't know if that was ear-shatteringly loud. Okay, we gotta wait a little bit until this is fully dry. I can add another coat of the brown. Rhinox hide's very dark, eh? Very freaking dark. Might be blow dryer time, chat. It is blow dryer time. I haven't done the blow drying on the stream in a while, but it's time. I'm gonna plug it in, chat. I need it to be fully dry before I apply the wash. Prepare your low hot. That helps. So this is definitely gonna dry up a little bit splotchy. Generally on these wide open spaces, using a wash is a little bit messy. But we'll try. So I'm gonna use it all over the pants. And the idea is mostly just to get some shading in all of the recesses. We'll relayer it back up with the original base coat when this is dry, but that always takes a while. So we can relayer it when it's fully dry and then hopefully get some more variety mixed in. Especially on all of these little parts over here where there's like a lot of texture. I think this will be quite effective. Maybe I'll hate it tomorrow, and we'll just have to go over it again. Also a real possibility. Yo, Figaro!
Nice looking painting logo.
Thank you.
Keep the work up. My mom always used to say, age is something that doesn't matter unless you are a cheese.
Thank you, dude. 37 months. Long time. That is an age that does not matter? Is that what you're trying to say? Or are you cheese, Figaro? Thank you very much. When did I start painting miniatures? I started painting miniatures for the first time at the beginning of last year. Yeah. Don't pay attention too much to the colors here on the pants. I'm mostly just trying to establish the shadows. So this is a little bit splotchy right now, but when we tidy it up, it'll look much better. Gonna have to let that dry fully. All right, guys, so a little overview of where we're at with the entirety of the model. The head, finished. The arms, I mean, not yet finished. We still have some details to work on, like for example, the blade. We haven't done the blade at all. That'll be a little bit of work, but I did all of the yellow armor today on this arm, the highlighting on it, and then also the chipping, which I think looks pretty cool. Same for the other hand. So the other arm, the both of them, got a little bit of highlighting. I think they look pretty cool. Yeah, I think that look pretty cool. And then we've done the details over here on some of the armor, just small amounts of it. And then obviously the base coating on the trousers. It'll be a little bit though, before that's fully dry. And I'm not gonna wait for it, so we'll continue onwards there next time. Maybe I can add a little bit of this as well to the cloth. This lettery thing that he's got hanging. Okay. Yeah, we'll let that dry fully, and then we'll continue onwards from there next time. I just need to go and grab some clean water real quick so I can clean my brushes. Guys, is the music loud? It might be. Actually, I think it's okay. Let me see. Thank you very much, Dotfix, for the 47 months. Thank you also, Envisi, with the 179,083 months. That is a long time indeed, Envisi. Thank you so much. Guys, I did a little bit of painting off stream yesterday. I was thinking, should I go live? Should I not go live? Should I go live? Should I go not? And I decided to just chill. Yesterday, I did a whole lot of chilling. And I did the steel. I painted all of the metallic details on the miniature. I am very pleased with how they turned out. I spent a long time on them. Well, maybe like 2.5 hours or so. I think they turned out pretty sick. I tried to get a little bit of rust in there, tried to make them look extra sharp. Very pleased with the result. I did a little bit as well on the Mini, so we had to kind of have a look around and see which of the panels I want to make metallic. I decided to make this thing over here metallic. So similar approach to that one. And then also his ball protector. You gotta make sure you protect your balls, even if you're an orc. I don't know if they have, but anyways. The belt buckle, his very elaborate belt buckle. I decided to also make that one metallic. I wanna have 3 different types of armor on the Mini. So we obviously have the yellow, we've got the metallic armor. The last stage is gonna be the black armor. And that is what I wanna be working on today. So I wanna have these 2 spikes on the side, on the chest. Some of these, the shoulder pads, the knee pad over here. And then obviously we have a lot of bone that we'll also have to paint. Like for example, the skull. The skull on the shoulder pad. And then, you know, the horns that are around it. Then we have these 2 giant bones sticking out over here. These 2. Those will obviously also have to be picked out in the same color, but you know, the end is in sight. We're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there. I think I'll just start with the shoulder pad. Maybe I should just base coat all of it actually. I'm gonna just base coat it again with black because I had some spillover. I've already set apart the colors I want to be using today. There we go. We gotta give them a shake. Gotta give them a good shake. The end is near. We gotta shake it real good. So we'll start with base coating all of the black. And we'll make the black details black. I know. I came up with that all by myself. So I actually don't need this today. I don't need the other arm either, and I don't need the head. So just for safety's sake, I'll put them away. I'll move them ahead of myself, so I can't accidentally use it. We'll just have to... Oh, I also did the trousers yesterday, although I think I'll probably do another pass on that. Yeah. They could use a little bit more refinement. Anyway. Want to do a very thin coat of black on all of the black armor. What's going on, Facilia? Hello. Just a nice little base coat. I'm actually just gonna paint over the little stubs as well. Mostly just because I picked those out yesterday, but it's a little bit preemptive. So I was thinking about highlighting it with like bluish colors, but I think because of the yellow, I'm just gonna go with different tones of gray instead on the black armor. I think it'll look good that way. Different shades of gray. I'm thinking about 50 different shades or so. If it's up to me anyway. Actually, I think we're doing more like 4 or 5 shades of gray instead. I know my chat is a big fan of 50 Shades, but it is what it is, guys. The nice thing about black is that if you make a slip up, it's very easy to correct. Like black paint has insanely good coverage. For obvious reasons. I should add some trees to it. When I'm done, I'll just start with a giant knife, and I'll just put a knife or like a bit of paint on the side of the knife and just scratch it in there like Bob Ross would do. Then you guys have to post ruined in the chat. I think that's how it goes. All right. Knee pad is looking very black. Good. Obviously, you want to be very careful. Getting it into the yellow here would kind of suck. Although honestly, it is pretty much inevitable. I'll probably get some slip-ups at some point anyway. Yo, Red Bull, what's up? Or Real Bull, rather. Not usually hanging around here, but love both your YouTube channels. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you for continuing your subscription here regardless. Even if you don't get to watch too much. I appreciate the support, dude. Glad you enjoy. Should I, for some reason, Brian is muted. Let me unmute Brian. All right, Brian is once again unshackled. Meow, wow. Meow, what? Okay, sorry, that's what I imagined anyways. Let's go on Alter Break. You're gonna lurk while playing Anno? Yo, nice, enjoy. Anno 1800 is a bit of a banger. Great game. Today is RTS day, guys. After minion painting, we're gonna do StarCraft. We'll probably get some time in for Warcraft 3 matches as well. And then we're gonna do some Battle Aces. Beep, 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 beep. But I figured we'll do a bit of painting too, because I love painting. And otherwise, this miniature is never gonna finish. Okay. The Sunken Treasures DLC? I don't actually know if I've ever played any of the DLCs for Anno. Anno 1800 is the recent one, right? Or, well, in RTS game terms, a recent one, right? It is the most recent one? Okay. Yeah, that one was fun. I enjoyed that a lot. It's been a while actually since an Anno game released, right? I feel like it's been like maybe 4 or 5 years or so. Maybe they made a lot of DLCs that I haven't really checked out. Kind of feel like it's time for a new one, you know? But maybe I'm wrong. Kind of feels to me like a lot of strategy games are once again on the up and up. A lot of rumors in the RTS world, which is my personal favorite type of strategy game, obviously, but I feel like there's been a lot of yapping. A little bit of momentum brewing at the very least. We'll see if it goes anywhere, but a lot of interesting games in development right now. A lot of games that have very real potential. Am I planning on playing the Oblivion remaster? Maybe I will. I don't really have any direct plans right now. Mostly just because I am knee deep into playing Warcraft 3. But I've never played it before, so maybe I should. Not really my jam, Arcturus, I don't think. But you hope they get Stormgate right? Me too, dude. I feel like Stormgate is making a lot of good decisions now. Even though they had a little bit of a rocky early, access beginning, I guess. I think a lot of people will be more than happy to give the game another good shot if the game turns out to be really good. You know, first impressions mean a lot, but that ship has sailed. And, I mean, they were always intending on making a good game, right? But I feel like a lot of people in the RTS world have been hurt one too many times. A lot of gamers in general have been hurt one too many times, myself included, you know? When a game gets really hyped up and then it releases and we're like, oh. Alright then. But the new update from Stormgate looks very good. I haven't yet played that either. I do want to go ahead and give that a shot too in the near future. The campaign in particular. I heard that it's much better now. So we'll have to give it a shot, see what it's like. Big shoes to fill though, because StarCraft is still, StarCraft. For how long have I been painting miniatures? I've been painting miniatures for about a year now, Fly. A little bit over a year. Admittedly, I have been spending a lot of time on it. But I've been actively painting minis for about a year now. And I dove into the hobby head first, you know? I've been really, really liking it. How's the piano going? See, that is something I am no longer head first into. I haven't really done a lot of piano over the last year or so. Maybe ever since I started painting miniatures. Maybe this has been a similar outlet. Haven't really thought about that. Thank you, Fly. I'm just base coating all of the black armor first before we start highlighting. I want to highlight it all in a similar way as I did the yellow armor. So it should be reasonably doable. I think this is easier actually than the yellow armor should be. Because black is so easy to fix. Like if we have any issues, we can just course correct with a new coat of black. When we have all these different shades of yellow, all of these gradients and stuff, it's a little bit more difficult. For piano, you really only need to practice like 30 minutes a day. I know, I know. It's the same for mini painting though, dude. Honestly, it's the same for basically anything you're trying to get better in. Consistency and progress over time beats crunch time every time. Treating something like a marathon rather than a sprint is 100% the way to go. "30 minutes every day definitely is better than, 2 hours every 4 days. But it's building the consistency that's the difficult part, right? Which is why I've been painting quite a lot. Mostly trying to build the habit, and I think it's the only way to get good. And I would love to be good at this. I can play a little bit of piano, yeah, but not by no means great. Maybe one day I'll continue with it again, though. It's the prioritization, right, that you gotta figure out. Okay, I think that's all of the black base coated pretty well. I should paint the tongue. The tongue actually doesn't need to be painted. So this is coming from a box called Spearhead. So this miniature is out of a box called Spearhead. And it basically includes, I think, 5 Orc Ragers, or Brute Ragers, I think is what they're called. And you can mix and match the different torsos, sets of armors, the different weapons, the heads, that sort of thing. So the head that I have painted doesn't have an open mouth, but some of the heads that I could have chosen do have an open mouth. And then usually the way they do it is they sculpt the tongue onto the torso, which is a little bit cursed, but then you can just sort of slot the head over on top of it. Now this head does have a gap right over there behind the pin, where the tongue slots into, so it slides perfectly in the right position, but there's no point in painting the tongue. But yeah, it looks a little weird now, I guess, but it is what it is. You did a PhD, so you're pretty good at doing boring shit for a long time, yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. All right, we're gonna do a little bit of highlighting. Highlighting with an extremely dark gray. Dark lighting. Don't need a whole lot of it. Gonna use a slightly smaller brush. So I was previously using this one. We're gonna use a 00 next. A little bit smaller. So I want to do a couple different stages of the black highlighting. So this should be a slightly chunkier highlight. Basically, we want to do a chunkier highlight for now, and then make it narrow with the next stage of highlighting. The tricky part about doing this is that I need to be consistent with the chunky highlight. So I want to try and have like a relatively consistent thickness going around. What kind of videos are you watching, Mr. Invisi? Good sir. I hear Loco, but I don't believe it's Loco. Oh. It's me, dude. I'm right here, look. Ta-da! You've seen a few graffiti videos? Ah, okay, graffiti videos. Fair enough, dude. They shake hands in those too, of course. I remind you of a character from the old Spider-Man movies. Who? I'll be Spider-Man, dude. Sure, I'll take that. You can call me Tobey Maguire, that's okay. I'll take it as a compliment. Is it Tobey Maguire? I think it's Tobey Maguire. You think I look more like MJ? Okay, buddy. MJ as in Michael Jackson. Are you saying I look like Michael Jackson, maybe? Hee-hee! Shimona! Ow! Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-ba. The Green Goblin? Ooh, who plays the Green Goblin again? That guy always creeped me out. Like in the old movies, I mean. I don't know if there is a Green Goblin in the new ones, but in like the first Spider-Man movies. What's the name of that actor? I don't remember. William Dafoe, yes. That guy is incredibly creepy. I remember watching that movie when I was very young, and he creeped me the fuck out. Great actor, yes. When did that movie even come out? Like the first Spider-Man movie that I watched. It's a while ago, isn't it? Is that like early 2000s? Must be early 2000s, maybe even late 90s. 2001? Okay. Dang. Been a little bit, huh? I think I'm gonna try and just finish one of these parts, because I'm not 100% sure on the process here. I find it very difficult to highlight black like that, but let's just trust the process, I guess. Oh, dude, if you have any questions ever about any nerd, or like any nerd-related question, that will always be someone that can immediately rattle off the correct dates, or the names, or like actors, whatever. There's always somebody in the chat that is an expert on anything. At least within nerd culture, okay? Experts when it comes to talking to girls? No. No. But when it comes to asking for, you know, for example, when did the first Spider-Man movie come out? I mean, boom, 2001, right away. To be fair, talking to girls is scary. I know some of you are married though. Does that require talking? You just pretend your wife is a scary monster? Smart. Okay, we're gonna go one step brighter with the next color. Dawnstone. I need to shake it, and Vizzy, before you get excited. Don't get too excited, okay, buddy? Jeez. I think I'm gonna take a slightly smaller brush still. Don't really need to, but I have it laying right in front of me, and I feel like I can do it. Spider-Man has appeared in films since 1977? Damn. You bet there's girls in the chat? There are girls in the chat, yeah. I always picture them whenever, you know, somebody brings up that talking to girls is hard. I just imagine them, you know, going all princess-like and be like, ha 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 ha, you know, that sort of thing. Just giggling. No, I don't play Warhammer. No, I don't play Warhammer, I just paint. This is a size 1, but the miniature version of the Series 7. So this is like, these are extremely short brushes. The problem with these brushes is that they don't hold a lot of paint. And if I spend a lot of time loading up the paint and then I start yapping, the paint is dry and I can't use it anymore. But these are quite good for edge highlighting. So I want this color to be within the previous stage. Not everywhere, because obviously it's supposed to be like dented armor, right? So the idea is... Dude, yesterday I was scrolling TikTok, right? As you do. I know, a little cringe. And suddenly, I managed to find myself deep into enemy territory. Suddenly I ended up on the algorithm that is talking about like, I don't know, what to do when talking to boys and like, what to do when, I don't know, like things that can happen during your period or whatever. I'm like, dude, what is happening right now? I found myself deep behind enemy lines. I had to scroll a bunch of times to make sure I was taken out of that algorithm real quick. But I have seen things, gentlemen. I have seen things that I do not wish to discuss any further. Terrifying. We're so sorry, Loco. Thank you. No, this camera lens does not zoom in any further. This is as far as it zooms in, I think. This is actually not really meant for macro shots, but... it works. I was originally using this camera actually for, or the lens rather, for the face cam. And I was using another cheaper lens for the painting. That one could zoom in very far. However, this quality is way better. So now we have the shittier lens on the camera for my face. Who cares about my face? We need nice, sharp miniatures on the stream, right? No, but I use my camera mostly as like a, you know, during games and stuff. I mostly use it as like just in the corner, right? Can't really see the quality very well there. Oh, jeez. My brush decided to do a little splitty split. It's okay. I feel like with this type of armor, so obviously this is supposed to be Orruk armor, right? It can be a little bit dented. It can be a little bit bruised. I don't think anybody really cares about that because these little mistakes. I mean, they're orcs. How well do they really take care of their gear? I would love to have a hobby like this. It seems so fun. Honestly, I can highly recommend it. The only downside is that your wallet will probably disagree. But then again, at least you won't have money to buy drugs, you know? Could be considered to be a form of self-protection. Now, memes aside, it kind of depends on how fast you want to paint. Like some people want to do army painting, right? So they paint an army and they switch army every 3 weeks. So they have to buy a new box of miniatures every month. It gets pretty expensive then. I mean, I spend a bunch of money on paint, I guess. But, yeah. It is a lot of fun. I've always liked painting though, in general. You do have to be ready to make many mistakes. Gotta go one step brighter. Only in like specific spots though, not all over the place. This is Administratum Gray. Much brighter. No mistakes, only happy accidents. Well, sometimes you do have to remind yourself, is what I'm trying to say. Because there's a lot of really good painters on the internet. Trying to do this mostly just on the sharpest parts. Just inhale the paint. When I think about the upwards facing parts here, so parts that would naturally catch the light, make sure I don't have too much on my brush. It's very easy to overload. Okay. What do you guys think of that knee pad so far? Pretty good, no? I think it's pretty good. Seems to blend in quite nicely. Didn't take too long. Maybe I should add a couple of little dots here and there. With like, just like a pure white. Is Chad ignoring streamer? No, it's okay. I know there's never as much, it's always a little quieter during the painting streams, but that's okay. Also, there's an ad break playing right now. So like half of the viewers are seeing ads. Lol, imagine seeing ads, am I right? Hey, subs, hey. Okay, so, sorry. Gonna mix a tiny little bit of white in, I think. Don't want to go too bright. I'm thinking about putting a tiny little dot of just pure white in the sharpest bits. I think that's what we'll do. Not gonna dilute the paint too much. Absolute tiny amount. Make them look very sharp. At least that's the idea. Okay. What do we think of the knee pad like this? Is this finished? I feel like it went real quick, but seems to blend in quite nicely with everything else, right? Yeah, I think that looks good. We'll have to obviously paint the little metallic studs that are around the outside, but we'll do that all in one go. Okay. That means we're gonna go and do the same process on the rest of the black. I am most hesitant about painting the sections over here in the middle, right above his chest. So I guess we'll just fucking do it. Because otherwise, I keep thinking about it, and it's annoying. What's good on, Crystal? Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing well. Same concept again, chunky edge highlight over here. We can fix any of the mistakes with just pure black if we need to. You're doing pretty good. You've never watched miniature painting before, so you're very interested in it. Ah, okay, yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna be doing some more of the regular gaming that I always do. After a couple hours of painting. How long have I been live for? Only like 40 minutes. Maybe an hour, I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna be painting for about another hour and then we'll do some gaming. But lately, over like the last half year or so, I've been starting a lot of my streams with some miniature painting. I have been really liking it, but you know, it's a little different than what I normally do. But it's nice and chill. How did I get into painting? I've been painting for a long time, ever since I was a kid. So miniature painting specifically about a year, maybe a year and a half ago. But my dad always used to do a lot of painting when I was a kid. So naturally, I joined him with a lot of painting back then. I was one of those kids in school that actually enjoyed art class. Like a fucking loser, dude. I played video games and I liked art class? Ugh. Pathetic. Those were the signs of a nerd early? Oh yeah, mate. I've been a nerd my entire life. They say you're born with it, Diaboli. I do have some pictures on my website. If you go to loco.tv/minis, there is a page over there with some of the minis that I've finished. But I've got them all right behind me. I can pull one out if you're interested. I've been showing the same view on the stream for the last couple weeks though. Oh, here's one that I haven't shown on stream in a bit. This one I painted maybe 4 or 5 months ago. This is Lionel Johnson. A very elaborate mini. There's a lot. There's a lot going on this guy. My favorite part, I think, that I painted on this is the shield. I think the shield turned out pretty good. And then also the cloak. I'm pretty pleased with the cloak. The green. I hadn't painted a lot of green before. The sword, I think, could use a lot of work, but if you look at it on a first glance, it looks pretty solid. Yeah, I'm not too pleased with the sword myself, but a lot of people are telling me it looks pretty good. This is a toad on a throne that I painted a year ago. I like I like this throne a lot. I think the throne is very fun. Well, I wouldn't say my parents were rich when I was a kid. I mean, I never felt like I was missing anything or whatever, but my dad worked for the government and my mom was a stay-at-home mom. And they had 4 kids. Dude, it's kind of wild how not that long ago, you could have 4 kids on a single salary working for the government. Isn't that kind of insane? And own a house and everything? Ay, ay, ay. Pretty wild. Yeah, that's not gonna happen anymore these days. Yeah. My dad did work a lot though, but yeah. Pretty hard to imagine doing that in 2025, huh? But yeah, my parents are great. I have 3 older sisters, yes. Wild stuff. Truly horrifying. I can't even imagine having an older brother, dude. I guess it would be cool, but I have no idea. Just the whole concept of it is weird to me. I have no idea. You like it except for the beating up part? Oh shit. Is this the task of the older brother? To beat up his siblings? Oh, okay, you gotta bring him in line. Gotcha. Then you get shouted at by your parents. But it's worth it. I did not get beaten up by my sisters, no. Not that I remember. I mean, obviously we had arguments when I was a kid, but... I think my oldest sister moved out when I was like 8 or something. Maybe 7, so I don't really remember specifically. It's been... Trying to follow the plates on the armor here mostly. But I think I have to invent a couple extra scratches here, because it's a pretty flat panel. So I'll try to add a couple more dents of my own, or at least illusions of dents. With a couple extra scratches. Hard to see for now, but we get a little bit more detail in there. What's going on, Dialan? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, dude. Welcome, welcome to the Dial-N viewers. Let me actually add the chat to the stream. I haven't actually had... Boom! There you guys are. In case you're unfamiliar, go check out Dial-N's channel. He's a much better painter than me. If you want to see actual quality work. For those of you from Dial-N stream, I am working on a little Orruk. I have been, it's currently in a bunch of sub-assemblies, but I can show you where I'm at right now. This is one of the arms. I'm putting them away for safety. Here's the other arm. We've got the head. And then I'm currently working on, the torso. So I'm trying to do all of the black. So I've done the knee pad today, the black knee pad. And I'm currently working on these two little, whatever these things are. The little chest protector thingies. Thank you, Fleto. Am I a StarCraft player? I've done a little bit of StarCraft. A few people may be aware of the fact that I do some StarCraft from time to time. We'll actually do some StarCraft after this. I'm gonna do some casting. So I've just done like a chunkier dark gray highlight. Now I want to do a slightly, actually I'm gonna take a different brush for it. I want to do a slightly skinnier highlight within the previous highlight step. So this is a slightly brighter color of gray. Still want to keep it pretty thin. Why is his tongue coming out of his neck? Yeah, I just talked about it. Basically, you can choose the different heads and the different torsos when you build the orcs. So there's a couple of interchangeable parts. And since some of the orc heads have an open mouth, you can choose one with an open mouth if you want to. Now, I chose one without an open mouth. So the tongue is just kind of sitting here on top of the neck, which looks a little awkward until we glue in the head. Because it will be hidden. But yeah, this is how they usually do it on a lot of models. They tend to have the tongue attached to the neck. Which is, when you think about it, also where your tongue is attached to. Although I never consider that. Like, I consider my tongue to be part of my head. I don't consider it to be attached to my neck. But, you know. I guess it's all one working unit in the end. No, I will not paint the tongue. It's not useful. It's not visible. Like, look, the head is going to completely cover it. There we go. It's not visible at all. Who wants to play a video game? I know, kind of cringe. You can paint models? I know. Oh, you still actively play StarCraft 2, Dylan? I actually didn't even know. Very nice. $4.9K is legit. No, we'll go live on YouTube a little bit later. I generally don't stream my full streams on YouTube. Just little segments of it. So later today I'm going to be playing some Battle Aces. I'm actually doing a little sponsored part for them, which is pretty sick. And that part I will be streaming to the YouTubes. Okay, I think that one's looking pretty good. Yeah, fair enough. You don't have to play much to maintain skill level in StarCraft 2. Assuming you've already put in like 10,000 plus games. Dialan, one thing I do have to say though, the more I paint, the more brush licking becomes involved in my painting process. Because like, for example, when I want to fill up the brush, but I only want to fill up a very small amount of paint, you get the perfect moisture level, dude. It is very easy to manage with your mouth. Yeah. I never understood about a year ago why people were brush lickers, but the more I paint, the more I understand. Look, a lot of mini painting is about trying to create a predictable environment, right? So like, for example, when I clean the brush, I dip it off of a piece of paper, but I know that this is still too moist. Now, if I pop it in my mouth, I know the exact amount of moisture that is left in the brush, because it's identical every time. I know, I'm a terrible person. Plus, I like the flavor of paint. Do I check the moisture level of your chamber plants with my mouth? Absolutely, yes. I always like to lick the soil, Fleto, to make sure that I don't put in too much, you know? I've never accidentally drank brush water, no. I hope one day that I will be so fortunate to accidentally drink my brush or my water pot, but so far that hasn't happened. That's the dream though. You have done that? I feel like it's a matter of time. Okay, third highlight stage, guys. We're going ever so slightly brighter again. Trying not to do this all over the place. That was way too much. So I got one of these very useless things from Citadel, which is basically just a plastic cup that I bought for $5, I think. It's completely pointless. All it does is it holds water, but it is very difficult to accidentally drink. Which I think may be worth it. That is one of those, I need to add another $5 to my shopping cart because otherwise I have to pay for shipping type of purchases, you know? I think the cup is good. I actually recommend the cup. It gets unnecessary hate for sure. You know what? I would buy a second just for metallics. So I don't have to change out my water because I'm lazy. Whoever subscribes next, that is where your money is going, dude. 2 cups, 1 miniature painting. Here we go. This takes you back a few years. I'm feeling like there have been a lot of people that used to paint miniatures back in the day, but then haven't in decades, that have recently picked it back up again. I think this was a big thing in the UK in particular. I don't know how common it was in the Netherlands, but I feel like a lot of the viewers from especially England and stuff are very familiar with Warhammer minis. What's good on Joja? Yo, thank you very much. Joja paying forward the gift they got from Leistrines. Welcome, Bendylock. The 2 cup reference sent you back in time. I had a friend in high school. This must have been 2004 or so, who's randomly during like a lunch break brought up 2 girls, and it left a mark on me, man. I would have liked to have skipped school that day. There's a little bit of fluff on my brush. Okay. Gonna add some tiny little dots of pure white as well. Just like I did to the knee. Minuscule amount of paint on the brush. Trying to emphasize only the sharpest bits. What do we think, chat? This thing right over here. Good? Yeah. Pretty good. We can always go back later and tidy some of it up if I don't like it, but I think it's pretty solid. I'm a better painter than you? Oof. Okay. I'm a better painter than I am a Warcraft 3 player. Assuming I stick with Warcraft 3, point it out again in a year, bro. I'm fucking owning you in a year, okay? It's not gonna be even close. Yeah, this year in miniature painting, I'm trying to push into Master League. I think we're nearly there. I think I need a little tiny dot as well in the middle. Dude, sometimes there's like a little bit of fluff on these brushes, and I can't tell what it is. I think it's just like one little dot of pigment or something. And I'm doing all of this without wearing my nerdy glasses, Dialan. Can you imagine that? Dialan's got the zoom-in glasses now. Maybe they're a great idea. Maybe it's well worth it. Which age comes Wisdom Loco and glasses? I think I'm older. I think I'm older than Dylan. The zoomies are great. Maybe good zoomies are great. Yeah, pretty pleased with that. What time is it? Oh, we can do another little segment. Back to the other brush. I actually think the live streaming output is very useful for miniature painting. So I am constantly checking over my right shoulder, which is where my monitor is at for the stream output. And it's kind of nice. I've noticed when I notice when I'm painting and I'm not streaming, I kind of miss it. It's also, I think, good for your eyes to like sit back and like refocus on something that isn't like 5 centimeters away. When you have perfect eyes, but your work becomes too small to see. Dang, that's a bit of a flex. I like it. So these over here I'm gonna do in bone. These spikes over here though, I don't think they are considered to be bone. So we're gonna paint these like the black armor. Do I like to use white and black primer? I'd use just straight up black primer for this. You can do like a full black primer and then like a white or like a gray primer from the top to create some quick shadows. But I was planning on painting every surface on this mini anyway, so I figured it didn't really matter. Just paint over the plastic? Bro. That is Neanderthaler behavior right over there, okay? I don't want to be a caveman. Just painting straight over the plastic. How about we prime the plastic instead? Paint it on the sprue. And then we glue it together. That's the opposite way, but still full caveman style. Really, you've painted miniatures without first priming them? I think I hate everything about that. But I guess if you don't have a primer, and it's raining outside, and the stores are too far away, it's technically an option? Really? You painted the miniature you're currently working on without actually using a primer? Why? Is this a cry for help? I think this is... Does anybody have a contact with Dylan's wife? She needs to know, dude. This is not okay. This is crazy behavior. What's going on, Echo Steel? How are you? What does the primer do? It basically allows you to easily paint over it. So a lot of people like to start with full black primer because some of the parts of a miniature are difficult to reach, right? So like some of the parts, like say, I don't know, you're painting underneath the skirt or whatever, difficult to reach. And if it's fully in black anyways, using like either like a rattle can or, for example, an airbrush, it is just going to be the most recessed, most shadowed part of the miniature. And generally that would be black anyway. Whereas if you were to use like say you use a bright blue primer or whatever, it might still be visible. It might stand out a little bit. But generally it's mostly just to help stick the paint on top of it. It's the same if you want to like paint like a door or I don't know, a wall or whatever. You can get away without using a primer. Or if it's already painted, maybe somebody has already used the primer on it, right? Just adding an extra coat. Yeah. I've been using this Vallejo primer, and it seems to create like, I don't know, it makes the whole piece feel more like one piece, if that makes any sense. It makes, it's just way nicer to paint on. Although I've never actually, I don't think I've ever painted onto straight plastic before, so I don't know. In Australia, it's $35 for a can of Chaos Black. I think you can just go to whatever hardware store you have and just buy whatever primer you can buy. Just like use whatever primer is in the hardware store. I don't really think there's much of a difference between black in particular. Unless you're looking for a specific color or something, but if you're like doing a whole army of Space Marines and you're like, I need my crack blue. Fair enough. But for black primer, I don't really think there's much of a difference. I'm fairly certain. You might want to look this up, but there's definitely somebody on Reddit that is also from Australia that has had the same issue. Yeah, you do need something that's like very thin. So that's the main thing, I guess, right? Like if you have a very thick primer, you're gonna goop up all the details on a model. $35 though is like halfway to like an airbrush. At that point, you may as well get an airbrush and just get like, I don't know, Vallejo primer that lasts for a very, very long time. Oh, you have 3 airbrushes and Vallejo primer? Oh, okay, okay, good, good, good. I have never used Kale's black primer, so I don't really know. Maybe it's amazing. Hey, nice, Gogarius. Did you like it? I haven't yet played it myself. I never actually lined this in very well. I thought I did it earlier today, but... Okay. Sometimes black is a little difficult to see when I'm painting that close. Because the miniature that I'm painting is kind of black there, and then the brush is very black. It's difficult to see. You're buying the same mouse as Cyril? Yo, let's go, Echo. Which one does he use these days? You'll be like Cyril soon, dude. What you're missing now is his gamer chair. If you buy Cyril's gamer chair too, you're gonna be booming in MMR. The only thing that is holding you back from being your best self is hardware. Logitech G Pro X lightweight? It's called super light. Echo, come on, man. Is he still actually using that one? Because that one's like 5 years old. Okay, maybe like, oh, it has a V2 now. I see. I was gonna say, that one's pretty old at this point. I use the same mouse and I'm not Cyril. Yikers. Oh yeah, I haven't played Stormgate since, I want to say like August or so, maybe September. I'll definitely have to jump back in now with the new patch. I'm getting so many people to say, like, so many people are saying that it's so much better now. Kind of excited. I don't think we'll play it today, but probably tomorrow. Hey, thank you, Baz Watkins. I have never painted yellow before, so I was a little concerned, because a lot of people are saying that yellow is the absolute worst color to paint. And initially, I wasn't happy with it. I was using some of the Army Painter's yellow, and I thought the result was just kind of, I don't know, mediocre. So I stripped the paint off and painted over it with a base coat of this Everland Sunset from Citadel. Hey, you know what? It looks way better. Covered way nicer. Yeah, I think Everland Sunset is a bit of a banger. All right, going one step brighter here. Actually, I should use the other brush. Where's my other brush? I used 3 brushes today, guys. Ay, ay, ay. That goes above my quota. Generally, I only use 2. I don't know why, but very frequently I'm like, you know what? I am not dirtying another brush, because that would mean cleaning it. So instead of making my life easier, I decide to make my life more complex. Because cleaning it takes like 10 seconds, you know? It's a lot of work. What? How often on pain? Screaming wise, Loco. I have no idea what you're saying. Try to decipher your message, mate, but I have no idea. Like I'm reading hieroglyphs here. Oh, how many times do I paint on stream? Is that what you're asking? I've been doing it a little bit more as of late. I want to bring it back. Honestly, I got a little bit stuck into Warcraft 3. And I'm still playing a bunch of Warcraft 3, but because of the Grubby Invitational, I did, well, a whole lot of Warcraft 3 only for like, I don't know, 3 weeks. I want to do like 2 hours of mini painting for the majority of my streams. I think that's good. And I think viewer-wise, it's probably better if I do it earlier rather than later. Because this is like a pretty bad time for Americans and stuff. And a lot of my viewers are from the States. So doing it earlier is... because I know this is never going to be the most popular content that I stream. But yeah. There's a little bit of loco hobby time, okay? I'm just in one of those weird positions where I can stream quite literally anything. Yesterday I did a lot of laundry. Should I have streamed that? I put away a bunch of my winter clothes I did a lot of ironing. It was very hype. I was watching YouTube videos, but maybe I should have streamed it instead. Nice. I dipped my paint onto some of the yellow there. Sick, Loco. Well done. Laundry stream hype. We can iron together. I'm just kidding. I rarely iron. I'm garbage at ironing. I don't even aspire to be a good ironer. Ironer? I don't know. I'm like a Bronze League ironer, and I'm happy. Yeah, but I don't. No. I don't put my clothes in the dryer. Okay. We've had this discussion before. Some people love putting their clothes in the dryer. I never do. No, I just hang it indoors. You don't ever hang dry your clothes indoors? Ay. I thought being a grown adult meant that half your life you would just have clothes hanging in random places around your home. So you're saying that's not the case? You hang dry your towels? Whoa. You do it in the reverse, dude. You're supposed to be hang drying your clothes after you put them in the washing machine, and then tumble drying your towels after you put them in the washing machine. No, what? You had a guy in university that like, he put your suit in the fucking washing machine? Yikes. She was a girl? Ay. You guys want to know a life hack? For getting your suit dry cleaned? So here's what you do. You make YouTube videos for a really long time, casting commentary, right? Or casting games of, for example, I don't know, in my case, StarCraft 2. And then you get invited to go to hotels, right? Where you have to like go and do the event and stuff. Where people like, ask you to go cast the event. And then a lot of those hotels, they have a laundry service. That's where you get them dry cleaned. Yes, dude. It's really OP. Easy plan. It shrunk 2 sizes? Oh, man. Suits are expensive too, man. Or you pop down 2 streets away and you have them cleaned for €10? Okay, well, yeah, maybe that's a better idea. But then you have to pay for it. I was giving you a crazy good idea, dude. Just a free one here, NMR, but hey. It would only take about a decade. And a little bit of luck. But fine. I see it's not appreciated. There's a lot of little scratches all over the bottom section here. That's what she's... No. No. Hold up. Hold up. Sup, Rumpus? I tried painting parallel with Loco and I ended up rinsing my brush in my tea. Oopsie. Oopsie. Okay. I'm a health hazard, dude. One of the worst people on the internet. Okay. I think to finish it off, we gotta add a couple of white dots to the sharpest parts. Yeah, maybe I need a little bit more. I'm actually gonna add a little bit of white with the previous color, because this is obviously a very upwards facing section. So it is an extremely bright white. I have a little bit too much water mixed in, but maybe we can add just a little bit of additional sharpness before going pure white. Look, I got good and bad news, and they're both the same. My new Dutch crush is Solo Monica de Winter. Solo Monica. I've never heard of her. One hell of a first name, dude. Well, maybe she has a sister called Duo Monica. You never know. Duo Monica. Dang, I can't believe you guys are making fun of Rumpus. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. Don't let your memes be dreams. Got a little bit of pure white. What's going on, Crystal? Welcome back. Yeah, I listen to a lot of boring music. I think painting in the little metallic details here is going to bring a lot of this together nicely. It's looking a little cursed at this point, but we'll do that all in one go when I finish all of the black. Okay. I think that's about it for me for today, guys, as far as mini painting goes. So I have done the left shoulder, or the left knee, the black little, whatever these things are. The spiky things hanging from his chest on both the left and then also the right. And then that weird necklace protector thingamajig right over there at the bottom of his neck. Left lower shoulder. Yeah. Little bit of progress there. I have to still do the other two shoulder pads, but I think it's going to take a little bit too much time if I do them now, so we'll do them next time. And then we got to do all of the bone. And some of the little details too, like for example the loincloth, the pouch, I need to do his belt. I want to redo some of the trousers. But it's coming along. They're waist guards? Maybe they're waist guards, yeah. All right, so that's where we're currently at with the body. This is where we are currently at with the arms. Looking nice and shiny. And then we have the head. All of it is getting there. It would be considered, or it would be called a gorget. A gorget, except it's a bit of an orcish design. Okay, gorget. I have no idea what you would call it. Brother's without arms at the moment, yeah. But you can kind of picture him with his arms right over there. At this point in time, he's armless, but when we're done with him, oof, he won't be. Guys, I've made a lot of progress. I mean, I've made it on stream. The majority of it anyways. Yesterday, we started working on some of the black armor. The knee pad, the little thingamajigs over there. I did the sharp details around, I don't know, the neck. We have the shoulder pad still to do, the other shoulder pad as well. And then all of the bone details, some of the leather parts. I want to redo some of the trousers. We have a bunch of work that still needs to be done. But the Orruk is coming along very nicely. I have the 2 arms pretty much done. I may look at them at a later time and think, yo, this needs an improvement. But we're gonna continue onwards with the main body today. So I'm gonna move these out of the way. Also, by the way, I can't forget about this. The base. I haven't yet done anything to the base. So we'll have to do that too at some point in the future, but we'll see. Let's go down sound. My brother always watches your StarCraft videos. Yo, very nice. All right, we have to choose a line of attack. I think I'm gonna go with the open shoulder pad over here. Hey, that's awesome. Huh. Glad he's liking it. Yeah, I'm using cork to hold some of the miniatures. It works pretty well. Do you think yesterday's paint is still gonna be usable? I have my paint over here on a palette. I mean, that gray, the one right next to the black, looks pretty usable. I'll just try and mix it through a little bit. That way I can save myself 3 cents in paint. Very important to save yourselves 3 cents whenever you can, chat. How does the gray one taste? Not my favorite. Wait. Did I just combine flavor and favorite? Whoa, not my favorite. We can use this side of the brush over here. I think it's probably a little bit too moist at this point. The first stage is, of course, the chunkier edge highlight. You can see it's a little bit too wet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take some new ones. Paint ain't cheap. There are cheaper hobbies out there for sure, Fifi. Did I just say the word moist? I did. I know it's a favorite word of the guys in the chat. I know you guys love the word moist. Warhammer 401k. Hey! We don't do 401ks in the Netherlands, but you know what? I'll allow it. Actually, it's a little early for American jokes. I'm pretty sure Americans are still asleep at this hour. There might be some early risers though, or some gaming degenerates. Gaming deep into the night. Go back to sleep. No, you can stay. Dekna wants you to leave, but... But you know what? See, I don't see anybody here raising their American flag. So I think that usually means that they're still asleep. An American-less stream today. Lucky for me, I'm recording it. Americans can still watch in the future. What's going on, Americans from the future? Very good. We'll just go around the outside of the shoulder pad for now, and then work on some of the inner details in a moment. I'm going around the outside first because it's easy. I avoid doing difficult things because they scare me. I highly recommend using this advice in life. Never do things that are difficult because they scare you, okay? It's not worth it. It's almost King's Day in the Netherlands, guys. Are you excited for King's Day? The king apparently has decided to celebrate his birthday rather than go to the Pope's funeral. That's why you don't talk to women. Women are terrifying, dude. Well, King's Day is a pretty big holiday in the Netherlands. I don't really care for it. It's tomorrow. Guess what I'm doing on King's Day? I am live streaming, baby. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Just to show my nationalism and how much I love the monarchy. Am I gonna be live streaming the Pope's funeral? No. We will, of course, be spending a lot of time, though, trying to figure out who the next Pope is going to be, you know? That'll be the entire program for the next couple weeks. We're gonna be staring at a chimney together. Very hype. This first color is very subtle, by the way. My money is some old white dude with a dubious past. I don't think you're gonna be far off, dude. Technically, though, there's cardinals from all over the world. I read an article that apparently a guy from the Philippines is considered to be very high up in the cardinal hot list. This is a Citadel paint I'm using. Yeah, for the black I used AK Black. This particular color that I'm using right now is Ashen Gray. I've been slowly going back to Citadel paints after branching out into a couple different directions, and then I realized I like Citadel more than I realized. I've been doing a lot more of the traditional painting that they use for the box art lately. And turns out Games Workshop's own brand is really good for the box art. Who would have guessed? No, but I do quite like the paints. But I do have some Vallejo. I do have a bunch of Army Painter. We have a bunch of different brands that I've been using from. It's fun to experiment with different ones. Yeah, the Fnatic paints are really nice, but I don't really like them very much for glazing. What do you generally paint, Fifi? What are you working on? I guess, I don't know. I didn't really like the Army Painter very much for glazing, but some of them are much better than others, so it's a little inconsistent. Warhammer 40k mostly, and you do some printed 3D models? Let's go. I know you mentioned it in that chat, right? On Discord. Very nice. Very nerdy. Okay. It is very hard to see the first pass. But we try to get a little bit of detail in there. And I think I'm gonna do some more scratches around other parts, just to get a bit more variety, before we take it a tone lighter. I kind of like painting orc armor. Seems like orc armor is very forgiving, you know? If I make mistakes, I mean, it's orc armor. It's supposed to look dented and bruised. Oh shit, I'm forgetting my coffee. Oh no. You're working on a 3D printed Assassin's model? Okay. Painting lingo, glazing, yes. W glazing, am I right? Glazing is basically very thin coats of paint to try and create like smooth transitions. So rather than doing one thick coat, you do 10 very thin coats. Gives you a lot of control. It's fun. The only downside is that it's slow, but it's okay, I'm slow too. Me and glazing fit very well together. You can do 100 thin coats too. Yeah, I've done a lot of coats in the past. No, Degno, that's a different type of glazing, dude. That's called an egg wash. Or as you call it in French, wash du egg. Wash de œuf. Hope that helps, dude. Oui, oui. Look, I forgot the verb for washing in French. I don't even know if you guys have a verb for that. Am I on the hot list, Cilio? Am I gonna be the next pope? Come on, dude. I'm not Catholic. I'm not Catholic. Do you think that's important? What's good on Don? A surprise candidate, like an anime? Bro, imagine that. Suddenly next week, it turns out I am the next pope. You guys are gonna be so fucking hyped, okay? I think I would be the youngest pope ever. No, it turns out in order to become pope, you do have to have like a PhD and stuff, which is very messy, especially in theology. I know very little about theology, dude. If I become the pope, you'll start believing in God? Yeah. All the subscribers will go straight to heaven when I'm a pope, guys. I'm bringing the old Catholic ways of monetization back. Only tier 3 subs? Yeah, of course, of course. Oh, gamify them. Not a bad idea. I like that. Supposedly that's what they did with pharaohs back in the day. Apparently if a pharaoh ruled for a certain amount of time, they would do this like whole thing where they would be rejuvenated again and they would have to like, I don't know, do obstacle courses and fight and all that. There's a bunch of dudes that did it a bunch of times because they got very old. Not a great idea. Yeah, it's like a Hunger Games, exactly. Ramses II, yeah, he got very old. Of course we have coffee, yes. I also have Dawnstone. If you're not fit enough to run, you're not fit enough to lead the Crusades. Yeah, well said. Well said, dude. I like the flavor. The Citadel paints do taste pretty good, dude. Okay, I want to do the same space, except slightly thinner lines. So I want to do highlights within the previous step, but then slightly thinner, which is difficult. But I can fix it by making the previous highlight thicker. It's not really a fix, but we'll start on the edges again. These I do kind of want to do in most spots, especially since the shoulder pad would catch a lot of light naturally. So there should be some brighter highlights here, but we can skip some of them, I think. Now this is an Orruk with yellow armor, so not quite a bumblebee, but the green skin is quite yellowy too. I went with a pretty yellowy green skin. Try to keep it pretty thin. So not like that. I may have to go back in and fix that. Orc armor though is pretty chill to fix. Black armor in particular, right? The yellow armor was a little bit more finicky, but yeah, not bad. Like sometimes when you're like a couple centimeters away from a model, you look at it and you're like, ooh. Looks a little bit messy, but kind of important to lean back every once in a while. Gotta do some StarCraft casting, by the way, after some minion painting. I want to try and see if I can wrap up the black armor today. And actually, that would be a wrap of all the armor. What am I casting? I've got some series selected, actually. One specific game that I heard is really good between Rogue and Classic. And then I have a few other matches that I do want to check out that I have on like a little folder with games I still want to cast. I think I'll just pick one. What's going on, Diaboli? Loco with his nerd activities? Absolutely, dude. If you're trying to nerd shame me, you are failing miserably. What's going on, Kinetic? Hello, hello. You just came to say hi? Hello. Okay, do we have a little bit more color variety? I think we do. I'm thinking about adding a couple more scratches from the previous color in some of the sections. We can have some dents and bruises. Dang, that was pretty loud. Thank you very much, Calix, for the 11 months. Brian is muted? Oh no. He's unmuted now, gamers. Thank you very much. The Cyril video from the start of the year is almost at 800,000 views. Is it really? Yeah, some of the videos do really well. I spent more time looking at my my average view count, I guess, but some videos for some reason just hit the algorithm jetpack. Jet. What? Jackpock. But okay, I'm just gonna stop talking for the rest of the day. I haven't finished my coffee yet, Chet. No more words. I will be silent for the remainder of the stream. It's been good. Shit, I failed. Thank God I can finally work in silence. Hey, you're the one opening Twitch. I mean, it's Friday today. Any work can probably wait over the weekend, right? You can wait until Monday, it's fine, right? That's what I've been told. I am not king of the Netherlands, no. No. Hate to break it to you all. I am the Emperor of the Netherlands? I like that. Also no, but, you know, I do like the sound of it. Okay, we're gonna go one step brighter with a little bit of Administratum Gray. I'm a Habsburg, aber natürlich. Willkommen zu meiner Livestream deck now. Ça va? I also have white. This white is called white. I know. Not very creative. What's up, Shadarky? Where's my gamer names? How am I supposed to know what sort of white it is if it's just called white? This is a pretty bright color though. This is the admin gray. The Administratum. Everybody's favorite part of the Imperium. Bunch of accountants. I don't really want to apply this all over, just in like a couple of spots. Not at the moment, Cilio. Maybe I'll check Oblivion out though, because I know a lot of people are very hyped for Oblivion. Dang, I spent time yapping. Paint is already dried. On my brush, I mean, not ideal. It's one of the downsides of using these absolutely minuscule brushes. They just don't hold a lot of paint, and therefore it dries pretty quick. Oblivion runs poorly on your PC despite having a 3080? Oh, dang. Really? Is the remaster like that heavy? 3080 is pretty dang good. The original ran poorly too, so I guess they're just trying to stay faithful. I really hope for Bethesda's sake that the Elder Scrolls 7 is just gonna run like a charm right off the gate, but I don't have high hopes. Dang, music is going in hard. Yeah, they're working on the Elder Scrolls 7 now for quite a few years. At least I believe they announced that, like, I don't know, 3-4 years ago at this point. Yeah, fair enough, dude. I really dislike having to, you know, like install mods to get a game you just bought to run properly. Like even theoretically, you know, like even though you can maybe run it well, fuck that, dude. There's so many things that can, you know, can be played. There's a lot of things that can grab your attention. I'm becoming more and more tilted about those sorts of things, man. When people are like, well, just install a mod. It's like, bro, I just bought the game. Like I installed it, it doesn't work out of the gate. I can't. Very annoying. I don't like this song at all. Sorry. That was loud. Okay, shoulder pad is coming along pretty nicely. Got a little bit of white. I'm gonna try and just dot in some of the sharpest points. Very tiny dots. Don't know how visible they'll be, but okay. Shoulder pad looking pretty good, I think. What do you guys think? So you got a picture that the left arm, the one holding the axe, is gonna be in that socket. So it's gonna sit somewhat like that. Yeah, pretty good. Can't really complain too much there, I don't think. Maybe I can go and add a couple brighter highlights. Little scratches here and there. I think that's good. Okay, other shoulder pad. Now this one is obstructed in some sections by the skull. A little annoying, but I guess it's something we can paint. Dang. It's so annoying. Can barely get my brush in here. This was an optional decorative bit, by the way, that I decided to glue on. The big skull over here. I thought it looked really cool. I think it looks really cool. Should be pretty accessible to paint as well. Just a little tricky to highlight the stuff below it, but just have to make do, I guess. Going above and beyond? Well, I'm trying. Trying to make this my nicest mini yet. Pretty sure I spent less time on the Glotkin, which is like 7 times the size of this thing. 7 is maybe actually, I feel like 7 is not generous enough. The Glotkin is very large. Let's just do a full army, okay? Up to this level. Let's just... we'll just do an entire army to this standard. I'll be painting orcs for the next 7 years. I mean, at some point I'd get quicker at it, right? You'd hope. Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders out in the USA? Huh. I'm guessing they're mostly made in China, right? They're made in Taiwan? Oh, okay. I'm not really too interested in the Switch 2, if I'm being honest. There's that one Bloodborne 2 looking game that I think looks pretty sick. I do like to check that out at some point, but to buy an entire platform just for that seems a bit much. I mean, my Switch, my Nintendo Switch 1, I guess is what we call it now, is just living in a fucking drawer. It's, yeah. Rarely used. It's also a little bit annoying to hook up, you know? They're selling it for $700 in the States? Dang. Tariffs are such a meme, dude. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I don't really want to derail the conversation into politics, but my god. Okay. I actually don't really need to do too much highlighting on this part. It's a pretty small section. Let's go on Galleon. Galleon, hello. You put a batch of brownies in the oven? Yo! I could do a brownie. I mean, I'm just saying. Just throwing it out there. Good morning, partners. Oh God, America's here. Hello. Good morning, America. I just pointed out about a half hour ago that there were no Americans tuned in just yet. It was a little too early for American viewers. Howdy, partners. You usually watch on YouTube? You've been watching me for a long time? Ooh. You've been watching since I played Stardew Valley? Dang, that's a while ago. Although I actually played it several times. Maybe you don't mean the original one. Maybe the original playthrough though. That's a long time ago. I should do a political react stream for money. No, I'm good, dude. Even though I rarely talk about politics on stream, I feel like a lot of you guys can guess. You got me, dude. I feel like this shoulder pad doesn't need a whole lot of highlighting. There's just not a whole lot to highlight. Loco is a big Schoof fan? Absolutely. Huge. Trying to add a little bit of brightness here into the mix. Erebus did nothing wrong? Okay. Do I do more for a painting hobby or do I play games? No, I don't play games, I just paint. Let's try and base coat the horns a little bit. We could actually also do some of the metallics. Maybe we should do that real quick. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. There's a lot of those metal studs all over the armor. I've already painted them in on the yellow armor. but there's a bunch as well on the black. So let's try and see if we can get a little bit of coloring on those too. That'll make them look nice and finished, I think. So I'm using a bit of lead belcher, and I'm also going to use a little bit of Vallejo Model Air Silver. You have a Lizardman, a Seraphon army you collect just to paint the dinosaurs? Nice. I mean, painting dinosaurs is always fun. Painting in general is a blast, dude. I've never actually painted a Seraphon before, but I would like to at some point. They are very fun. Just base coating them first with some lead belcher. Just want to be careful that I don't spill around it. I guess it's easily cleaned up on the black armor. Little stubbly bits. Not bad. Someday the urge to play will come to you. You think so? Maybe. Good enough, good enough. There's a bunch as well on the little neck protector thingamajig. I feel like on the black armor, it's pretty easy to paint over. Metallics always look good over black armor. Or like over black paint in general. You do have the urge to play, but the money is the issue. I think Kill Team is very popular these days, right? Or what's it called? Combat Control or Combat Patrol? Whatever it's called. Those are like smaller games. I mean, still not necessarily cheap, but a lot more realistic at least. Kill Team is 6 units, Combat Patrol is 500 points of normal Warhammer. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea about points or how any of it works, but I'm just parroting what other people have told me, okay? I'll have to fix a little bit of the spillover on this. A standard army is usually 2k points. Balance is made for that level, so at 500 points some combat trolls are way stronger than others. I see. From what I understand though, the smaller games are more popular, right? Maybe I'm mistaken, but at least that's what I like. That's the only thing I see people talk about on Reddit and stuff. Like I just see people always mention the smaller games. I do go to Reddit sometimes, yes. I see. Yeah, there is a Warhammer shop in the city that I live in. It is just absolutely tiny. I highly doubt they have a lot of space to play a lot of games. It's very small. Let me fix some of the spillover that I made over here by accident. I can just use the pure black for that. Maybe I can add a little bit more of a highlight over here. Like a little scratch going around the top section over here of this shoulder pad. Dude, I watched the second episode of the new season of The Last of Us yesterday. Ay, 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 ay. Like, I remember playing the game, obviously, but... I think I want to fix some of these little problems too with a bit of lead belcher. I've never really liked this part over here. Second episode of the season was very good, yeah. It's got like a 9.5 or something on IMDb. I don't really want to spoil it, but if you remember the game, you can probably guess what happens in the second episode. I'm gonna take a little bit of Basilicanum Gray to shade some of these studs. Will I be playing Devil May Cry? No plans for it at the moment. This is a contrast paint I'm using for this, but it's what I used for the other metallics on the blade as well. I think it's looked really nice. So we're gonna shade them down like that and then brighten them back up again. Just for a little bit of color variety. I'm also going around them to hopefully make it sit in the base a little bit more. Cover up a little bit of the spillover too. Pretty good. Yeah, fair. If you've not played The Last of Us games, I do recommend them actually. I'm not big into zombie games, movies, whatever myself, but I feel like The Last of Us does it quite well. Okay. We'll have to let that dry for a little bit before we add the highlight. I think The Last of Us 2 is very overhated. I think The Last of Us 2 is actually a pretty good game. We gotta do the horns. I gotta do the horns. I'm just trying to think how I'm gonna do the bone. I'm not sure. Like, how do I do... How do you do skulls? How would I go about doing a skull at this point in time? What do I use as a base coat? Zandri dust? Yeah. Where is my Zandri dust? I have it somewhere. Oh, I found it. We use this as a base coat? Doesn't sound like a bad idea. I do want them to be a bit brighter, but we can use this as a base coat. So there's the horns over here. It's gonna take a couple of coats for sure. And maybe some fixing up too. No, let's try and be accurate. Shade with Agrax, then highlight with a Shupty Bone and Screaming Skull. Okay, we can give that a shot. That sounds about right. I haven't actually used a lot of shade paints on this mini. I'm mostly just using good old acrylic paints for it. Thank you for the suggestion. It gives me an older bone feel, not the ultra white bone. Yeah, I went a little too bright on the teeth, I think. So I was thinking about using a similar setup for them. The teeth of the Orruk are pretty white, but we can do, I think a little bit of color variety is good. I have already used all of those colors for this particular mini too. So the Zandri Dust, but also the Ushapti Bone and Screaming Skull and Agrax. Yeah, I don't know if I'm thinking Agrax might be a bit much. But we'll see. Do want a nice opaque base coat though to start. Painting around a lot of parts here that I've already finished. So I guess it pays to go slow. Okay, let's let that coat dry. What's good on Crystal? Hope you're doing well. Good morning, afternoon, evening, night, good night, hello. Yo, Cardigan.
Rogo.
No. No. That's not right. But thank you very much, Snartigan, for the 51-month resub. Okay. What time is it? Okay. Want to paint for a little bit more? But I do want to switch into a little bit of StarCraft in a bit. Whew, okay. Stark Raft. Yeah, it's a game about making your own raft. And then you float it in the ocean. And whoever can build the starkest raft wins. It's basically a giant DIY project. That's why it's, you know, called craft. It's a bit of a pun. Whew, okay. Okay, let's let that dry for a little bit. We have the bones over here too. Am I gonna be painting the raft? No. I'm gonna be casting other people crafting rafts. I don't even play the game. Playing games in 2025? I know. Pretty childish. Like, you know, get a real job already, you know what I mean? Playing games won't pay the bills? Yeah. So true. Painting plastic soldiers, however, that's where the money is. Yeah, we're gonna change them a little bit, Arcturus. Mostly because in a 1:1 aspect ratio, that just don't work. Imagine Loco ever having to get a real job. So what is your experience? I played a shitload of StarCraft. I mean, that is one of the things I've done. I saw a clip recently of Asmongold saying that if you don't make $100,000 as a streamer a year, you shouldn't even consider being a streamer. I think sometimes big streamers just say shit just to be edgy. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something along those lines. It's interesting. There's a bunch of streamers that I used to watch that then heavily got involved in politics that now just seem to be giant pricks. What's up with that, chat? Like, were they always pricks, or have they just become pricks? Like, was it always already there? It's interesting. When did the prickening begin? No, I'm not gonna call out specific names, but I'm sure you have maybe, at least if you've been on Twitch for a while, you've maybe experienced the same thing. Thank you, Darian. Nice. I'm guessing this is Darian from Uncut Games, right? Your blending skills have gotten pretty good. Thanks. Feels like things have gone downhill since yeah, a little bit, Eliza. Yeah. I won't name drop, but this streamer Loco, I guess, I'm guessing, has been pretty sus lately. No, I think I've been mostly doing the same thing for a long time. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with the yellow paint in particular here. It's all working out quite well. I'm also very happy with the metallics. Not Bat Moon yellow, actually. I did a lot of blending. Yeah, everything is starting to come together very nicely. I've spent a good few hours. Oh, okay, yeah. Honestly, I know very little about the lore of these guys. Good news, by the way, everybody, in case you missed it. Apparently, Discord is thinking about going public, so they may very well soon be a publicly traded company. And the CEO has apparently stepped down and will be exchanged with one of the previous Activision executives. I'm sure I'm sure this will all work out great. I'm sure this will not make the platform worse. Yay. Everybody goes back to TeamSpeak next year. Somehow we're all back on Mumble and Ventrilo. Skype groups come back. You're going back to Yahoo? I've never used Yahoo. Wait, Skype is dead in 10 days? Oh yeah, didn't they announce they're going like fully into Teams or whatever? Ah. Skype is scheduled to be shut down on May 5th. Dude, that's Bevrijdingsdag in the Netherlands, May 5th. That is Liberation Day in the Netherlands. Freedom Day. I'm not even joking. Bevrijdingsdag. This is the day after May 4th. And May 4th in the Netherlands is Dodenherdenking. Are you excited for Dodenherdenking, Echo Steel? Doden. It means dead people. It's nothing to do with Dota. It is Memorial Day. Can't believe you guys are making fun of this. Yikes, dude. Not cool, dude. Fucking got him, Chet. Successfully guilt-tripped him. Very nice. May the 4th is Jedi Day? Oh. Well, alright. Yep. May 5th was when the Netherlands was liberated in World War II. But since then, it's kind of grown into like this general, you know, more generalized freedom type of thing. Bevrijdingsdag. There you go. That's it, Jojo. Exactly, Ektar. That's it. It sounds very German. Well, I mean, Dutch and German aren't very different. What's going on, Rumpus? Good morning. Dang, dude, the Americans are here. More and more Americans are joining the stream. We had about an American free hour at the beginning of the stream today. There were none. But now the alarms have gone off. The Pledge of Allegiances have been made. The coffee has been brewed. We're here. Does that mean I am the Good Morning America show today? Does that... Wait, is that me? Has that been me all along? Huh. I have no idea what that show is about, but I've heard of it. We have one in the Netherlands too that my mom used to watch when I was a kid, called Goedemorgen Nederland. I'll repeat it again in case you're interested. Goedemorgen Nederland. Which I think is basically the Dutch equivalent of Good Morning USA. Yeah. Goedemorgen, chat. You gotta go watch a Genshin special program? Okay, buddy. Ever since Alter Break Force lost his subscription on this channel, it's gone downhill, huh? I see where the money has gone, chat. Now he's watching and playing Genshin. Yikes. What would be the Dutch equivalent of a weeb? I don't know. I don't think anybody has an obsession with Dutch culture. I don't think that's a thing. Maybe. Does anybody ever have an obsession with Dutch culture? I don't think so. A Dutchaboo? I feel like being a Dutchaboo, though, is inherently very not Dutch. Like the whole point of Dutch culture is not to stand out too much and, you know, just be normal and all that. It just, it doesn't really work. What if you love cheese? Everybody loves cheese, dude. Especially Protoss players. They're big fans. Big fans of cheese. We do more in the Netherlands, though, than just make cheese. No. I got a tiny little spill onto the black armor. I guess it's okay. Oh yeah, we also make, yeah, we do wheat and wooden shoes. That's the only thing we do. Bicycles? I don't really use my bicycle as much, dude. But I do have a bicycle, of course. The thing about cycling in the Netherlands, guys, is that people don't actually cycle because they love cycling, okay? That's not how it works. It's just, in many situations, the fastest way to go from A to B. It's not that people necessarily love it. You're surprised I didn't play Orc in Grubby's tournament? I haven't really played a lot of Orc in Warcraft 3. Blade Masters though? Can I just say, fuck the Blade Master, okay? I hate that hero with a passion. God. I'm so happy whenever I play against Orruk and they open Farseer, I'm like, oh, thank God. I hero and obey. Hi. Yes. I am yours. No, that was not very good. Taste of my blade. Why the fuck they felt the need to have a samurai orc? Yeah, I feel like it kind of makes sense. Maybe it's a little weird, but... I'm thinking, rather than washing this with... I think I'm going to use some Skeleton Horde. I feel like Skeleton Horde would probably work quite well for this. Maybe I need to do one more coat though. And then we'll let it dry. Because the Skeleton Horde is going to take a little bit before it's... Skeleton Horde will take a little bit before it is fully set. Because it's a contrast paint. So I think what I'm going to do is just base coat it with Zundry Dust like we've done right now. Do a coat of a contrast paint and then let it dry. Which is automatically going to settle in a lot of these recessed bits. Which I think should look pretty nice. Yeah, I've always liked it. Did we get hair on the camera? Oh God, it's more zoomed in now. There you go. Skeleton Horde. Do you think I need to dilute it? Or do we just go pure? I already used Skeleton Horde for something. Am I balding? Yes, I'm very bald. I am the baldest streamer in the world. Okay. So this is Skeleton Horde. I mean, it's not going to be too obvious, I don't think, on these parts. Mostly on the skull on the shoulder, I think. Will we actually notice a difference? But I want to try and be as smooth with this application as I can. So hopefully it'll stain it pretty nice and bony. There we go. Did I ever play GLA in Generals? I did. Yeah, I recently actually played through the whole campaign. GLA Postal Service. I love a crowd. Those are some of the most fucked up voice lines in an RTS game ever. Yeah, there's a full playthrough of me playing CNC Generals on Moreloco. If you go to youtube.com/Moreloco, there is a playlist. The system is safe. It'll look real good when it's done. It'll look real nice when it's done. I love the very American sounding Chinese Command and Conquer Generals. Okay, so this paint is really nice for creating easy shade. I'm just gonna make sure that we cover all of it. And that we don't get too much of it in all of the recess bits. Like, we want it to be in the recesses, but we don't really want it to, like, be too thick. So I've just cleaned the brush with a little bit of water, licked it, very important. And now I'm soaking up some of the excess bits. Extra large. I am the Overlord tank. There's a lot of very iconic voice lines in games, dude. The stupider ones are the most memorable ones, right? If you've never played Command & Conquer Generals, it's still actually fun. Highly recommend it. I played it, I think, last year. Like the entirety of the campaign, including 0 Hour. And also a bunch of the Commander mode or whatever. Also still fun. Also still worth playing. China has been generous. I don't even know what unit says that. It's the bulldozer? Ah, okay. That's why I recognize it, because we use that unit a lot. Okay, the last thing I need to go ahead and do is add the final little stipple highlight thingamajigs onto the rivets. So this is some of the Vallejo Model Air Silver. Rivet. Rivet. If you're a frog, you'll enjoy it too, yeah. Okay. It's like painting in a lot of little eyeballs. These are very small details. Although very well sculpted, so not the hardest parts to paint, but think I'm gonna add a little bit of an edge highlight over here too. Can we add maybe a couple of scratches? Good enough. Yeah, I consider the light source to be from the top. That's the easiest way of doing it. You can also consider different like types of light sources, but yeah, it's a little difficult sometimes to pull off. I don't have a ton of experience with that. I will continue with the bones later, next time around. Miniature really is coming along though. So the bones obviously are now nicely shaded, right? I think this is the darkest the bones need to be. I want to add a little bit of brightness and some highlights and stuff to some of it, but I think the whole torso is coming along very nicely. I'm thinking about doing the loincloth in a different color. Brown is so lame. I saw a video of somebody using Sons of Horus green for it. As a nice little contrast color. What do you guys think? It would be a little bit, I don't know. We could do whatever color we want. But I feel like we need like a little accent color. I didn't add any blue to the black highlighting. I think if the blue or if the black was more highlighted, maybe it would look nice to have some, like if it was highlighted with blue, I mean, maybe then the brown would make more sense. But maybe we can do like a little bit of a spot color on the loincloth. We could make it red. Maybe red is kind of fun. All right, so obviously I have the rest of the body here too. I see people in the chat always confused about the whole thing. He does have 2 arms. He's not armless. These are finished. Other than, there's like little feathers over here at the bottom of that thing. Gotta paint those somehow. I don't really know exactly how I'm gonna do that. And then we have the face as well. So the face is gonna sit right over there, and the arms are gonna be on the sides. It'll look real nice when it's done. Gamers, we are getting awfully close to finishing the Orruk, or Orruk. Whatever it's called. Orc with a K, with a C, with a U in between, nobody knows. I have finished up most of the little parts. The main thing that I still need to go ahead and do is finish the trousers and finish all of the bone. Then there's also like, I don't know, there's like this little, he's got like a little thingy hanging off of his belt. There's the belt itself that I need to paint. The loincloth over there needs a little bit of painting. We have a couple of little details that are yet to be finished, but we'll begin with the good old bone parts. I have the other segments over here. I also want to be painting the base soon. I made a base for it. I just never painted it yet. So this one is yeah, unpainted at the moment. Am I gonna be getting a Loran Genshin and Charlotte Tilbury collab as a gift? No. But thank you for checking. I do appreciate that, but no, she doesn't care much about Genshin Impact, I'm afraid. Yeah. I know. This may come as a surprise to many of you, but she does not care about Genshin. We did go out yesterday and watched a movie called Sinners. I didn't prepare myself for that movie at all. So I have until tomorrow, for the last 4 months, we had like an unlimited movie thingamajig, so we could go to the cinema and watch any movie we liked. So we've seen a lot of movies over the last couple months. And one of the movies that came out recently that's getting good reviews is called Sinners. It is not quite what I expected. Let's leave it at that. It is a little bit different. It's like I think it's like 2 hours and 20 minutes long or whatever. Yeah, it was a good movie. But you do have to be down for a little bit of horror. I generally don't love horror games or horror movies or any of that. It's not that I necessarily mind it. But there certainly is a little bit of scariness throughout that movie. Yeah, that sort of thing. That sort of thing too, Memory. Did I scream? No. But it was still a good movie. I do actually recommend it. If you're interested in that sort of thing, it is definitely worth checking out. I'm gonna add some very thinned down. What color is this? I think this is Screaming Skull. No, it's not. It's of Shapti Bone. A little bit of thinned down of Shapti Bone. Try to work towards a slightly brighter spot, especially for the parts facing up. We'll do a bunch of coats of this.
OMG 41 months.
Yo!
Nothing to say except this. Anyways, hope stream goes well.
Thank you very much, Psycho. It's gonna be a fun stream, dude. It's gonna be a very fun week of streaming, I think. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. We're gonna definitely be able to finish up this miniature this week, so that'll be nice. I feel like I've been painting this one for quite a while at this point. It's been a little bit since I started with this one, that's for certain. I put on a different playlist for today, by the way. I put on a synthwave playlist. If it's no good... I'm so sorry. I want to mute my mic, but instead I made it worse. Oh no. Was that super loud? Holy crap. I tried muting my microphone, but my audio interface is way far away, dude. Ay. My bad. That was a good sneeze, though. I rate that sneeze like a 9 out of 10. That was a good sneeze. Normally, I'm pretty good at hitting the mute button. The problem is, I'm on the desk right adjacent to the streaming desk. It doesn't quite... It's not quite as easy to reach from here. But yeah, we've seen a lot of movies lately. And we may go see more movies for the next month. So we basically had like a separate pass, right? Me and Lauren. She had like a big discount after collecting a certain amount of like grocery store points or whatever. And we got like 4 months of unlimited movies, which was really fun. But apparently Lauren, when I texted her, hey, you should cancel your subscription right now, forgot to do it and waited a couple more days. And now they charged her for another month. Anyways, suboptimal. So I may have to go see more movies. Yeah. It hasn't gotten boring yet, though. I was a little afraid that maybe after like watching a lot of new movies over the last few months that it would become a bit boring at some point, but not the case. It's been really fun.
Low, high, low, high, low, high.
What is going on, Pig? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Welcome back. 21 months. Hell yeah. Doing very thin layers of paint, by the way. Trying to avoid all of the recesses here. I think it's okay if this skull looks a little bit older, right? Because this brown color that I used for the base coat is quite dark, but I think it works for a skull. I mean, I'm assuming you don't replace the skull on your shoulder pad every 3 weeks. How frequently do you generally change out the skull on your shoulder pad, Chet? Is this like a weekly thing or like a monthly thing, or do you just keep it on there for years? You never change it out? Good. You're a real orc. You love to see it. You change your skull on your shoulder pad every 2 weeks? Dang. That one right there, officer. The one with the orange username. It's orange on my screen anyway, I don't know. I've learned that apparently it's not the same for everybody. Isn't that wild? You believe that you select the color that everybody sees, but there's a lot of extensions that change those colors. Okay, that already looks so much nicer than like 5 minutes ago. It depends on the weather and the light and what your Orruk colleagues wear for the occasion. Fair enough, Pike. That makes sense. You wouldn't want to stand out too much. Okay, I want to do a similar step here as well onto the bony tusks over here. We'll have to let the other part dry a little bit anyways. It's very thin layers of paint, so it doesn't take a whole lot of time. But I wouldn't mind having a slightly lighter part on the tip here. There is like a little groove over here. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of texture going across these tusks, or whatever you call them. These horns. So we just have to do some thin coats and keep them pretty simple, I think. Maybe like a sharp edge highlight or something like that, but nothing too crazy. A little bit of a color transition though would be nice, right? There we go. Yeah, let's let that dry for a little bit. Going back to the other skull again. I'll go with a less diluted version this time around. So rather than a glaze, I want to try and see if I can do some highlighting. I have a little too much on my brush. Try and follow as many of the sharp edges here as possible. It's a little annoying to hold this at this point because I don't want to accidentally rub off the paint, but Trying to avoid the recesses as much as I can. We don't really need to highlight the whole thing. Funnily, I painted these models some weeks ago with your 7-year-old son. Oh, nice! You painted this exact model? I have spent so many hours on this model at this point, dude. Feels like I've been doing the same model for like 2 months. Oh, you painted the whole pack? Dang, the whole spearhead? This is my first one from the box. I think after I finish this mini this week, I'm gonna take a bit of a break from painting an Orruk. But they are really lovely models. Honestly, I think it's just a matter of spending time on it, right? Like, you can paint them pretty quick. But I like taking the time to finish every model as much as I can. Yeah, this is from a new spearhead that they recently came out. How many are there? I've got the box over here. I think it's 17 or 19. Yeah, it's in one of my drawers here. I don't really know exactly where it is. Okay, fine. I'll open. Oh, I found it. There you go. It's 19. Yeah. 19 miniatures. This guy over here is the leader. Ah, okay, you just had the, so this, I think this kit has the brutes, the ones that I'm painting right now. That's these guys right over here. Then you have like the art boys. I think those are like the melee tanks of the army. Then you have like the commander guy, and then these dudes, I think they're called ragers. I'm not exactly sure, but it's like a, yeah, it's a whole collection. You painted the brutes? Yeah, they're sick. I love painting orcs though. I think orcs in general are just very fun. There's something about painting orcs that's just very, I haven't painted that many, but I always like it. Kind of feel like you can be a little bit messy. Or at least it seems like it's relatively forgiving, if that makes sense. Plus they're just kind of fun. Oh, you did the little squigs as well? Nice. I've never painted a squig before, but they do look very fun. Squigs are only Age of Sigmar, right? Yeah, you can make a lot of mistakes on things like the armor and stuff. Like the yellow armor over here on the back is not necessarily 100% clean all the way around. But any mistakes kind of just look like dents, right? Like the armor is, I mean, it's an orc that like hammered it together. It kind of makes sense that it's a little bit dented. Pretty good. Trying to use the side of the brush whenever I can. For a lot of these parts they're pretty well sculpted onto the model. So using the side of the brush makes it way easier to highlight, assuming you don't have the face glued on. which actually we may end up doing today. After I finish these tusks, and I mean, they're pretty much done. I want to go one coat brighter still, I think, but after we finish the tusks, we can glue on the head. Squeaks are in 40k too? Oh, okay. My hands feel a little bit unstable today. A little bit of daily variance. Okay, I'm gonna go one step brighter. I'm gonna use a little bit of Screaming Skull for the brightest highlights. This is a, well, it's an off-white, I guess. Yeah. Quite far off, but still an off-white. We can be a little bit more deliberate with this. So mostly trying to do this in the upwards facing sections. And I also want to make sure that I pick out the teeth here. And maybe some of the little jawline over here too, if we can. Okay. Good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Thank you, Crispy. Yeah, I think that that skull looks pretty good. Maybe I should paint the cable though in a different color. Let me get a little bit of I don't know, rattling grime maybe? We'll use a little bit of rattling grime. This is a pretty grayish, brownish color, which I think works well for stuff like this. I think anyways. We'll have to give it a shot. If I don't like it, we'll change it. Just going pure rattling grime straight from pure rattling grime rather straight from the bottle. So I want to use this on the little cabling bits. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. Make them all a little bit darker. Maybe it is a little bit too much, but Okay. I think I'll try to highlight them back up with a little bit more of a mix in a moment. But I think that's good. What about the rest of the tusks? Yeah, I would like to... There's a little bit of a... I don't know if it's visible. Yeah, there we go. There's a little bit of like a nasty transition point over there. I'm gonna try and glaze in a little bit of the original base coat. Try and smooth it out a bit. A little too much water. Same over here. I think this is from the wash that I applied all over this. I'm not exactly sure. Try to mellow out the transition a bit. Maybe I should do like a little bit of like pure white on the tips. But like just the tips, you know? What's good on, Nikki? Hello. Gonna use just the tiniest little bit of white. It was a little too much, I'm not sure. I think it's a little too much on the one on the right, this one. We can paint over it now. Okay. I'm actually pretty pleased with that, guys. I think what we can do is put on the head. I have had this little head sitting on a cork for a long, long time. It's been living on a cork. But since this whole section over here is done, I can glue it on, which is gonna be kind of hype. First off though, I have to remove it from the little, what's it called? The little paper clip. I have some of these like cheapo gloves that we used to use in the kitchen just to make sure that I don't accidentally paint the, or wipe the paint off, which would be very annoying. I'm also gonna need some super glue. Like a little wooden stick. Ta-da! The magical stick. Just so I can hopefully apply the super glue a little bit more delicately. Okay, let me see. Let's go to Echo. Okay, let's see if I can take this head off. I'll actually just get my what are they called? Pliers, tweezers, whatever. Trying to make sure that I can hopefully twist it off without rubbing any of the paint off. That'd be nice. Okay. The paint has been, or the head rotor has been taken off. No more head on a stick. So it should just fit straight on there. Yeah, it does. Okay. So what I want to do is add a little bit of super glue. I really don't need a whole lot. But I think I'm just going to add a little bit of super glue. Should I clip that off? I probably should. There's a little bit of a hole in the top of his head. Where the stick used to be, don't worry, he's fine. All he had was a stick inside of his brain. Not a big deal. Okay, I want to get a little tiny bit of super glue. One of the things my super glue likes to do is super glue itself shut, which is kind of annoying. There we go. This bottle is garbage, man. I really hate it. But I have no other one and I want to empty this one first. Look at this crap. What is this? Anyways,
Nice.
Flyers coming in clutch again. What's good on Benbow? 69 months? That is very nice, dude. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Long time support. Hell yeah. Okay, so I got a tiny little drop of super glue. And I wanna use a very small amount of it over here in the back. Actually, I might just be able to drop the super glue straight into this part. We can just move it on there, it should be fine. Okay. Hold it. Hold it. It's actually more to the right than I realized it was going to be. Huh, I thought it was going to be straight on, but that looks pretty good. Yeah, that's on the model. So that is, I do think I dry fitted it, I just didn't recognize it at the time. You can use special nozzles with these bottles? Yeah, I know. Pretty good. Is it time for the arms as well? Like, the arms have me a little bit concerned, guys. Gluing on the arms is gonna be a little bit messy. I mean, the only things I still need to do are over here in the back, and the arms aren't gonna block any of that. Yeah, you can't really move the head. The head is sculpted like that. Or like the positioning of it is, I mean, you could change it before you glue it on, but too late for that now. Let me see. They have a very bad posture though. Their heads are sticking very far forward. Okay, so we have the other arm as well. There we go. So this arm goes in over here. Now the problem is that this is right below the shoulder pad, which is a little bit tricky to reach. But it should be okay. Okay, a little bit of glue. Pretty good. Actually, no, not good. Always tricky to see exactly where it needs to go. I think it has to go. Yeah, it has to go a little tighter, okay. Attempt 2. It's the downside of doing sub-assemblies. When you do sub-assemblies like this, you're always gonna have to glue the parts together a little bit later on. I think it's the right thing to do most of the time, but it can be a little bit annoying. Okay. Give that a moment to dry. Paint on paint doesn't hold. It does when it's super glue. But yeah, generally you gotta be a little careful with plastic glue and stuff. These are not for board gaming, right? I mean, the miniatures can be used for board gaming, but you've gotten super glue on your fingers once in your life, or your fingers adhere together. Ah, dang. That's pretty wild. Okay, same idea. Dang. This is so tedious. Thank you very much, Front. Welcome back. Good thing I painted all those shoulders, eh? I spent so much time painting those fucking shoulders. Oh well. Okay, I'll let this dry fully, gamers. But that looks fucking cool, no? That looks very nice, I think. Huh. I'm very pleased with that. I'll put this away. We'll see if any of the stuff falls off. I'm just leaving it over here in the windowsill so it can fully sit. If any of the stuff dry or falls off, I will obviously have to re-glue it again. I don't use my pieces for like tabletop gaming, which is what they're mostly used for by a lot of people, but as long as it stays together for me, it's fine. I'm just gonna, you know, leave it on a shelf. Oh, that was scary, guys. I'm not gonna lie. That kind of that kind of scared me a little bit. That does mean though that we get to do something a little bit more fun. We get to do the base. Bam. There it is. No, you're right. Generally, if you do paint on paint, it is definitely a weaker connection than paint on, or plastic on plastic, obviously. About another hour or so, Gislin, we'll see. Not really super scheduled. Whew. Okay. Let me take a slightly larger brush here so we can paint the base. When will I do the rim? The rim job, you mean? Maybe today, dude. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? I'm gonna paint the dirt first. You always do the rim last? Yeah, some people start with the rim job, which is crazy. Yeah, if you scratch out the paint, then you can use it for sure. I want to do the dirt first. So I'm going to use a little bit of the Mornfang brown. Don't need a whole lot, but this is, by the way, a base that I made with clay. Basically, I'm using the unintentional. I had some different types of clay, and what I did is I let it fully settle on this this plastic base of the Mini. And then I used like a Dremel tool when it was fully dry to create some interesting texture and stuff. So I'm hoping that when we get to the dry brushing here in a moment, that it's gonna look awesome. In theory, it should look pretty good. I need a little bit more water in my paint. And then I also did a little bit of like PVA glue around the outside, and I used some hobby sand to try and get this like rocky texture over here. So this is a little bit more of a creative base than what I normally have been doing. I did measure it, and the Mini's feet should land perfectly onto the rock. So we should look pretty cool when we're on there. I've always done black rims though, all the way around my Minis. On every single one of them. A lot of people use like brown or gray or whatever. Should I do crazy with the Orruks and do a different color than just a black rim? I don't know, dude. I'm not so sure. Feel free to backseat me though. How about lime green for the base? Okay, no. Doing the dirt first, mostly because I am likely to catch it again. Or likely to catch the rock again after we paint that part in. Second coat. Using pretty diluted because these scent details are kind of big. Kind of tricky to get a bit of paint below it. So if we dilute it a bunch, paint is just kind of running in there, which is good. Was this going for a rim job without the face cam? Yeah, dude. I just glued the mini together, Dialan. The glue is currently drying. We still have a couple of little details left to do, but didn't need the sub-assembly anymore. I still have to do some of the pouches, for example, on his pants, and I want to change the trousers actually in general. So we'll do something a little bit less stressful, because gluing the mini together kind of freaked me out a little bit. The base is a perfect, you know. Perfect little side project. A little bit of dry brushing, I guess. I haven't done any dry brushing on this mini yet. I'm not gonna do what you did with your mini, where you spent like 30 hours on the base or whatever. I was thinking more like 3 at most. If that. Okay. 3 hours on the base. I know Dylan at some point spent like, I think he said like 30 on the base of a mini, painting stones. You never glue on stream? Yeah, I was thinking about doing it off stream. I don't know, dude. I felt brave today. What can I say? I used up all my energy for it, but it is what it is. You had no glue that it was stressful? I think I want to do some Dawnstone maybe for like the rock. We can get a little bit on there too while we wait for the brown to dry. I don't think I would spend 40 hours on a normal mini base. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, bases are Pretty complex. And I guess they win or lose tournaments. At least when I look at minis of people that do tournaments, I do always look at the base. Oh my god, that base looks way cooler than that base. Brings the whole piece together. Am I using horse glue? Yes, absolutely. My homegrown horse glue, Gogarius. Lil Bessie. She's no longer here. But at least she's in a bottle. No, I did not use horse glue. I was under the assumption that... No, I definitely don't own a horse. I was under the assumption that super glue was fully synthetic, but who knows? No, when people say they have horses, I either assume they're very rich or very broke. I feel like there's very little middle ground. But I know nothing about horses. I watch this art conservation YouTube channel quite a bit because I'm a Giga nerd. And he always talks about rabbit skin glue, apparently very commonly used, at least back in the day. Apparently that is what they commonly use to like adhere canvas. Don't know if that's still a thing. You'd imagine a rabbit doesn't have a whole lot of glue, but I don't know. Does not sound very vegan. It does not. I'm assuming super glue is vegan. Yeah, Baumgartner. Baumgartner is a legend. Does offset with a lot of rabbits? I guess you're right. I don't think he uses it himself anymore, but I think it's all the old paintings that are lined with it. Although I'm not really an expert. But I think he uses some sort of synthetic... Rabbits can procreate very rapidly. I know, dude. We had a lot of rabbits when I was a kid. Fun fact, this is like the weirdest thing ever. I didn't consider this very weird as a child, but my dad had a lot of rabbits. And my dad would like go to like rabbit competitions where you would try to get the nicest looking rabbits. I'm not even joking. My dad apparently took this from his dad. There's a lot of rabbit competitions, and you know, they would have like dogs and cats and chickens and cows and all kinds of animals. And my dad would participate in the rabbit category. I have seen as a child many rabbits procreate, Mickey. Yeah. As you so elegantly put, I broke the family tradition. I did. I have zero intention to hold rabbits. But we had a lot of rabbits growing up. Did I get disowned? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. GG. You want to hear a sad story about rabbits? Since my dad would have a lot of rabbits, right? For tournaments and stuff, he would try to breed the best rabbits. We had a lot of rabbits, naturally. And we would also have to get rid of those rabbits. So there's this like marketplace website in the Netherlands where my dad would oftentimes be giving away rabbits, or, you know, whenever like ones that just didn't like fit a certain criteria. He would get rid of them. And there would always be people coming to our home buying a bunny. And usually they would bring their kids and they'd be like super happy and it was awesome, right? Now, naturally, I was also a child and I loved bunnies. And whenever there was like one that my dad didn't really need for like any of the competitions or whatever, I would love to have my own bunny. And I remember very specifically, I had this bunny that I would like keep in my lap every day. We would let it run around and stuff. It was really cute. I think I was like maybe 8 or 9 or so. And one day, I look out of the window and I remember this very clearly. There was this girl sitting with my bunny in her lap. And they were just about to leave and I didn't really know what to do. My dad accidentally gave away my rabbit. It was so sad, dude. He just gave me another one. It was fine. I wasn't old enough to really be very sad by this, but my dad felt so guilty. I still remind him of this regularly. The bunny incident. Yeah, and this is where it all started, chat. This is the origin story of a villain. This is what we refer to in the family as the incident. Dope. Perfect cue for the music. You see that? Dang. Okay. No, not that far, Dylan. No. Absolutely, my blue. We're gonna do a little bit of a dry brush. I do want to make sure though that the base is fully dry. You guys know what that means? Get your low hots ready. Hope you enjoyed that. That was quite a blow. It really was. But it wasn't too harsh, it was just a gentle blow. It's important not to blow too aggressively, because otherwise, you know, the paint can go anywhere. It's not really what we need. I want to do a little bit of a dry brush onto the dirt. Trying to think what color would be good. I have, you guys can't see it, but I have like too many bottles of paint stalled right in front of me. I'll use a little bit of a yellowy color. Should be fine. Shake it. Let's go down Thort. You turn on the blow dry and Thort appears. Coincidence? This? You mean you like the color of this? This is a piece of A4 paper. But it does look nice. Some of my dirt is falling off. I thought I glued it down pretty well. Trying to add a little bit of color variety in there. Yeah, some of the little scent pieces are coming off, but that's okay. A little unfortunate though. I'm like Dianeland now. Painting straight onto bare plastic. Like a caveman. No. The sandy bits on this base are literally sand. It's not plastic. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da. Dude, sometimes I just hit you with the blow dryer. Like no warning, no heads up. I just suddenly start. Don't want to be too predictable, you know? Okay, I have a little bit of Ushapti bone on my palette, which is a much brighter color. But I think we can use it for this. Does that look like sand yet? I think it looks good, right? Yeah, pretty good. I think I want to do like a little bit of like I mean, we have the rattling grime over here. I think I'm gonna apply this over the rocks. It's gonna make them a little bit darker, but that's good. It's okay if it runs off of the rocks a little bit. Because I want this to look like, you know, actual rock. That's the goal anyways. So in nature it would run together a little bit too. After the painting, by the way, I'm going to switch to a little bit of StarCraft 2. It's a new video game that just came out recently in 2010. It's pretty good. You didn't see the yellow Space Marine? A yellow Space Marine? I don't think I've ever done a yellow Space Marine. An Imperial Fist would be very nice to paint. Oh, maybe you mean the yellow armor of literally the miniature that this base is for? Dude, I just glued them together. He is very nearly done. I'm not gonna finish him today. That'll be next our painting session, but what do you guys think, by the way, as we wait for this to dry for a little bit? I think I'm gonna do like an off green, like a bluish green for the loincloth. I think it should look kind of nice. I'm gonna do a little bit of Sons of Horus green, see how it goes. This is kind of a finicky paint to work with, but like this section over here, this, oh geez, giant hair on my brush. What about that base color over there? You think that's too green? Like a little spot color. I feel like it would look nice. Yeah. I am not quite decided on it yet, but this is what I used for the Sons of Horus Dreadnought that I painted last year. This was the base coat for the entire thing. And I like the color a lot. I think the color looks very pretty. I'm just not entirely sure where I can use it, but I feel like maybe this is a good part to use it, you know? Like a bluish green. Since the black armor is just highlighted with gray, I think it's kind of fun to put a bit of that color that we could have used for the black armor over here, rather than like boring, you know, I don't know. I was gonna make this brown originally, but I'm not even wearing my headphones, dude. Ay, ay, ay. I can't even hear the drum and bass. Yeah, I think that color is awesome. I still like this color a lot. I don't believe I regret it. No. Yeah, that was good. Okay, we'll give that a minute or two to dry. And I'm gonna do a bit of dry brushing using the original base coat that I used for this. So a little bit more of that, I didn't clean my brush, so there's still a little bit yellow on there, but I think we're okay. I mean, that looks like a... It looks a lot more like a rock now, which is what we're going for. I need a little bit more paint. Yo, Roman, thank you so much. Welcome back. Holy Roman. Holy Roman, dude. That's crazy. Sounds like a swear word. Or maybe he's just holy. Maybe he's the next pope. Who knows? Maybe you are. Do I call you, how do you address the pope? Eminence? Your Eminence, I think? Papa? Daddy? But no, hold up, no, hold up. All right, we're gonna go a little bit brighter. Your Holiness? No? Okay, sorry. Your Holiness, that's it. So Cardinals is Your Eminence, I think. I'm not exactly sure. You guys don't have to call me that. You can just call me God Emperor. Something like that will suffice. I'm not picky. Oh, you in the pointy hat. In it, bruv. Your British suddenly started showing, madam. So modest. Right, which of you is the air papa? I can't. What's going on, Pete? What about just a full white dry brush over here? Does it look like rock? I think it looks like rock. I'm gonna take a little bit of white. Work it into the bristles. Especially around the edges. Can't go much brighter from here, huh? I think it looks fine as it is. Yeah, I'm just trying to do a little bit of depth. Get some color variety in there. Doing good? Getting good at fighting games? Ooh, nice. You're working on your siege tank? Nice. So this is the base of the Orruk. Ooh, dude, I'm really liking the green. What do you guys think of the green loincloth? Yeah, I think this is the way. I need another coat of it though, because it's a little bit spotty, but... I watched a movie called The Conclave, by the way, over the weekend. We watched it on Saturday night. It seemed appropriate. No, a little bit of texture is okay, I think. Especially on something like cloth, right? This is me being brave with colors. Was it good? Yeah, it was pretty good. I can recommend it. No, I'm not working on a full army. I've been painting up this little guy for a while. Let's just say it's been a bit. But he's very nearly finished. I don't think I'm gonna finish him today, because I don't want to rush it. But whenever we paint next on stream, there's like a couple of tidy ups that or a couple of slip ups that I need to tidy up. There were no explosions. Oh, I think there was one explosion in it, but no, not any car chases, no. But it was a pretty good movie. If you like boring movies, it was good. I know a lot of you are like, I need spaceships, and you know, there were no spaceships. None. Oh, yikes. I'm just gonna hit it with the blow dryer real quick. We'll do some quick and dirty shading. With good old non-oil. I've been using very few washes throughout this mini, but I feel like it's time to bring them out more. I don't really like the trousers. What do you guys think of the trousers? The trousers, the pants. What do you guys think of them? Is it okay, or do you think it's... Maybe it's fine. I feel like kind of something is missing though. It just kind of looks boring to me. Yeah, sometimes less is more. I agree, but... Yeah, I guess it's true. What does it do standing on? I paint without that. Does it provide comfort? I use a lot of corks and stuff. Corks are kind of nice for, but you have to like drill a hole into the mini and then, you know, apply a little bit of a super glue type of thing. It does work kind of nicely though. Can recommend. Just a little bit of tediousness. I would like to maybe add a little bit of like a green tinge to some of this. To some of the rock, some of the dirt. My paint is completely separated, dude. Look at that. I gotta shake it with emotion that I've been practicing for years. Oh, it worked. Very nice. Well, it's because the I didn't have the paint shaker thingamajig plugged in, you know? Plus, it doesn't really do that great of a job. Very diluted Militarum green. Add a little bit of greenness. Come on, get down with the greenness. Open up your pot and paint. Trying to be random. It's hard to be random, dude. I'm telling you guys. When you try to create realistic looking rocks and stuff, you gotta be random. But we're very good at seeing patterns as humans. I'm very good at doing patternized randomness, which is not what we're looking for. We need actual randomness. Maybe I should just close my eyes and let the, you know. Maybe I can add a little bit as well, like a little bit of Agrax, like a brownish wash to the recesses. The first ever actual random number was generated by a quantum computer last week. Really? How impressive. Yeah, maybe sometimes with mini painting we just close our eyes and let the Emperor take the wheel. Pretty good. Pretty good. I would just like to do a little bit more dry brushing, and then I think we call the base. Other than like maybe some shrubs or something. Done. One more little dry brush. I have too much on my brush. That's better. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. We'll add some tiny shrubs to it later when I'm finishing it up fully. Let me see if I can maybe add a little bit more to the loincloth, because I have those paints out on the palette now. Trying to stay out of the recesses primarily. Add a little bit of variety to it. I think we'll edge it with a little bit of, I don't know, what do we mix in? Maybe like some very pale yellow. Are you guys having a Sig nerd discussion? Very nice. Are we talking about the quantum computer with randomized numbers? Yeah, if you're too tired at some point, you don't even really feel tired anymore. It's a bug that the IRL developers still haven't fixed. I think maybe once upon a time in like a previous patch, during the Ice Age and like caveman styles and stuff, it was a feature, but these days it feels like a bug. What's going on, Louis? Gonna go one step brighter. Thank you, dude. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm very pleased with how this thing has come along. I think this is the nicest mini I've painted, yeah. Until the next one. Then that will be the nicest one. At least that's how I'm trying to approach all of this. Yeah, I am using a wet palette. You really like my Harbinger? Thank you. Yeah. I think that one looks pretty nice. I think this one overall is a little bit better. I do have an airbrush, yeah. I painted the green skins base layer using the airbrush, and then also primed the mini with the airbrush. Yeah, I think the green loincloth, this is out of my comfort zone, okay? I know this doesn't look like a lot for most people that paint minis, but doing a green loincloth is out of the loco comfort zone. But it's, I think it's good. I think we get a little pop of color there. Rather than like a boring brown, it looks way better. It's nice. Maybe a little unrealistic. Maybe he found a bit of green cloth somewhere, who knows. I have no idea what orcs do in their, you know, spare time. Yo, any orcs in the chat? What are you guys doing in your spare time? Nice. I spilled a little bit. Your face? When Novo! What's up, Utopia? A 100 guys versus one gorilla, who wins? 100 guys, obviously. The better question is, how many gorillas could I take on at the same time, personally, by myself? Is the number bigger than 3 or less? %? That's a discussion right now going on Twitter? Huh. 100 guys can definitely take on a gorilla, yes. The real question is, like, okay, assuming hand-on-hand combat, I think you probably start beating a gorilla when you get up to like 10 plus. 100 for sure. Gorillas are insanely strong though. You don't think 10 fully grown guys could take on a gorilla? This sounds like an excellent question to ask AI. You think it's more like 30? Let's see. Let's see what Cloud has to say. Easily my favorite AI. How many fully grown guys would it take to beat a fully grown gorilla in a one-on-one, or no, in an all-out fight, no tools, no weapons? They possess 4 to 9 times the upper body strength of an average human. They have powerful jaws. I estimate it would take at least 7 to 10 physically fit men working in perfect coordination for a chance to subdue a fully grown gorilla without weapons. What if there is no coordination at all? Like, let's say the guys would be from Loco TV's Twitch chat. How many of them would it take to take down a gorilla? If we're talking about uncoordinated individuals with no combat training or teamwork, like random people from Twitch chat, the number would increase dramatically. In most scenarios, you'd essentially have chaos. Without coordination, most people would likely freeze up or panic facing an enraged gorilla. They'd get in each other's ways. They might even trample each other trying to avoid the gorilla. There would be no strategic targeting. Each person would essentially be fighting alone, just in a crowd. Given these limitations, you'd probably need at least 15 to 20 average men to overwhelm a gorilla. The Loco TV Twitch chat reference is particularly apt, just as chat can be chaotic and disorganized during intense gaming moments. These hypothetical fighters would likely be equally unfocused and ineffective. The gorilla would have a significant advantage against such disorganized opposition until simply overwhelmed by the sheer number of bodies. Holy crap, dude. Damn. You mentioned 15 to 20 average men. However, Loco TV viewers spend a lot of time in front of computers drinking Mountain Dew and eating Doritos. Would it still be that many? They would likely have lower strength and stamina. 20 to 35. All right, 20 to 35 is pretty good. However, they have extensive knowledge of strategy games. That's a plus. That's a plus. While having extensive knowledge of strategy games is certainly a mental asset, there's an enormous gap between understanding strategy in a controlled environment and applying it in a chaotic, life-threatening physical confrontation. Damn, guys, I'm really trying here. I'm really trying. 23 to 30 sedentary strategy gamers to eventually overcome a gorilla through sheer numbers and attrition. I really, I tried. I tried. I really did, but hey. I don't think 23, I feel like the number's kind of low the more I think about it. How many would die? Probably all. If I were to make a guess, probably all. Can we do like little tiny dots of like pure ice yellow? I'll mix in like a very small amount. Brightest highlights on the loincloth. Okay. We're nearly done, guys. I don't really want to rush the ending, so we'll finish it up whenever we paint next, which is probably going to be tomorrow. So I still have to make sure that it gets attached to the base. I still have to do some finishing touches on the pouch over here, the belt. I may want to change the color tone a little bit of the trousers. And then obviously we got to finish the base as well. So there's like a little bit, like not a whole lot, maybe like another hour and a half or so. I may want to do just a tiny bit of highlighting here as well on the back of the loincloth. And I want to make sure that we varnish it too. I do want to make sure that we varnish this guy when it's done. This is going to take a little bit. Yeah, takes like 3 seconds. Takes like 10 minutes at most. Doesn't take a whole lot, but... All right, all that's left for today, guys, is clean the brushes. So this is where we're at right now. I did the skull on the shoulder. I did the bones over next to his neck. Then we glued the whole miniature together. I did the loincloth. And then we painted some of the base. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm very excited because today we are finishing up the Orruk. I have glued the different parts together. One of the arms did fall off. I glued it back on, off stream. But he is very nearly done. And I'm super pleased with how this thing has turned out. Honestly, the last things we gotta do is glue them onto the base, right? We obviously need to make sure that these two parts are gonna become one part. Pretty easy, pretty quick. We gotta finish the base. I need to make sure that we finish the trousers. I wanna make sure that we finish the belt, the little pouch over here. And I was thinking maybe we should add a little bit of blood. Do we add a little bit of blood to the blade? Yeah, we also have to varnish it. Although I don't know if it's gonna be dry for me to do that on stream, but otherwise I'll do that off stream. But we are gonna wrap it up today. I have been working on this mini for about a month now. I looked it up, it's been about a month. It's a very small mini. So for me to be working on a single miniature for a month, like this guy's tiny. This is the size of my thumb, you know what I mean? Like it's a small mini. But he's very nearly finished. We gotta work on a couple of small details still. I've been looking at the trousers and I don't really love them. I think what I'm gonna do is try to shade them all down with just like a coat of non-oil. And I'll see whether or not I like it a little bit better then, because I don't really love the way the trousers look. I know a lot of people are telling me it's fine. I don't really like them very much, so we're gonna try and change them up a little bit. But yeah, I don't expect this is gonna take a super long time. We'll probably be able to finish it today. And we can move on to another project. It's gonna be fun, guys. Always feels good to be wrapping up a new mini. Okay, let's see. I think I'm just gonna do a full coat of non-oil over the trousers. It's gonna shade them a whole bunch. But I think I'll like it a little bit better afterwards. At least that's what I'm hoping. I will probably have to tidy some of the details back up again afterwards. Just because these shade paints, they tend to settle. And sometimes it looks a little funky. But I'm gonna do an all-over coat. Try to see if I can make them a bit darker. Just a little bit less, I don't know, cocky colored, you know? This orc kind of currently looks like he's got a 9 to 5 and then in the weekend he's an orc. I mean, it's okay. But I want it to be a little bit more messy. A little bit darker. Yeah. And the same, of course, on this leg. And I will let that fully dry. I'm doing this first, mostly because this takes a little bit to dry. This is probably gonna take like, I don't know, 20 minutes to fully settle. I will see if I like it a little bit better then. Honestly, this may be all it needs. Maybe this will be all it needs and I'm like, ah, that looks way nicer already. In mini painting, that is very true, Sagittarius. Which miniature will be next? So I have been saying that I want to paint a Space Wolf over the last couple of weeks. So I have already primed the miniature. I want to make a Space Wolf Terminator. Now, they made an announcement yesterday for a new set of Space Wolves that is coming out this year. I don't know when they're gonna be available for sale, but dude, I think this is the coolest mini they have released all year. So I'll show you the old model first, and then I'll show you the new one, okay? Just so you can see the difference. So a lot of these minis are remakes of old minis. So this is the old version. I mean, it's not bad. It just looks a little bit funky. It looks a little bit old school. This is the one they announced yesterday. So this is a mini that will go for sale sometime this year. That's fucking cool, dude. I love everything about that. That is such a cool sculpt. The two wolves alone are already pretty sick on the side. Yeah, I really like this. So now I'm even more convinced I'm gonna be painting some Space Wolves. I don't know when these will be available, but Super cool mini. Very, very cool. Anyways, so yes, next we're gonna do a Space Wolf. I've never painted a Space Wolf before, so I guess the Terminator is gonna be a nice test subject, you know? See what I think of it. I want to go ahead and do the final little segments over here, the little leather parts. I also have a couple of small parts that I want to fix up actually, because there's a couple of areas that are just a bit messy. Gonna be base coating it with some good old Steel Legion drab, which is what I used for the other brown details as well. And I think I'll do the pouch in like a Rhinox hide, which is very dark, but it should be okay. A little bit of color variety. Not a bad idea. Let me see. I need a brush. Always useful to use a brush for painting. Can recommend. All right. Bam, 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 bam. After finishing this mini, by the way, I'm going to be switching over to some StarCraft 2. Then after that, we're doing some Warcraft 3. That's the plan. Be careful here that I don't accidentally cover the parts I've finished. There's actually one little splotch on one of the arms that I need to fix. I managed to spill a little bit of yellow paint onto one of the biceps. Yeah, maybe for an orc, you know, maybe he just recently painted it. Everybody loves Space Wolves, right? No, genuinely though, that's a cool model. I think it's really sick. I saw some jealous users on the Warhammer 40k subreddit. They didn't really like their refresh of whatever army they played nearly as much as the Space Wolves ones. Why did they get all the shiny new toys? Sad days. Most 40k people hate Space Wolves? Yeah, I don't know why. Is there a reason why? I have no idea. After yesterday's releases, you're thinking about building a Space Wolf army? Very nice. Yeah, I'm not planning on building an army, but there's some cool looking minis. That's for sure. I think it's Space Wolves, it's just Space Marines, but better. I mean, in the lore, the Space Wolves are... I mean, I haven't read a book yet from their perspective, but I read one from the perspective of the Thousand Sons. And there's a bunch of Space Wolves that join that storyline, and they are giant pricks. Like, incredibly... well... I just paint, Hooch. I don't play. Maybe I should have base coated this before gluing on the arm. Sick. I was very excited gluing on the arm, but maybe I should have waited. This part is basically invisible, it's okay. Thousand Sons are always butthurt because the wolves glaze their homeworld and most authors make the Imperials very unlikable. Yeah, I don't really know exactly all the details, but it's okay, dude. Cool model is a cool model in the end, right? I guess people will always complain about stuff. It's the internet after all. And I have noticed one theme on the internet. People like to complain. Believe it or not, I know this is news for all of you. Yeah, I saw that Nexon apparently won the bid to be allowed to make a Blizzard StarCraft game. Like they can basically publish a StarCraft related video game. Now some people are very excited. Some people are not. I would call myself in that second category if I'm being completely frank with you all. But maybe it'll turn out great. I would like to eat my words. Nexon has made some pretty good games. But they've also made some pretty shitty ones. Besides, it's gonna be at least another like 3 years or so before we really learn anything, right? At earliest, if I were to make a guess. It'll be a little bit. It'll take a little while. Yeah, they made some good games, and then they also made some gacha games. We'll have to see which version it's going to be. The thing is, whenever you sell the rights like that, right? Ultimately, what you're aiming for is you're trying to make money. And this seems like Blizzard trying to make money, which is totally fine and is well within their rights. But over the last couple of years, whenever they go and set out on different projects like that, I haven't been liking them. So maybe this one will be amazing. And maybe I won't complain about it. But I'm also not gonna pretend like this is likely going to be a strategy game. I highly, highly doubt it. I don't think they will be allowed to make at least not an RTS. I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be some sort of like mobile gacha type of game. But maybe it'll be sick, you know? Maybe it'll be sick. I'm just very skeptical. Maybe everybody will love it. But at least something will come of the StarCraft name. So that's, you know, that's the thing. And it will be a South Korean company working on it. They know the legacy. They know what they're in for and how critical the StarCraft audience is. So, you know. Maybe they'll build up something awesome. Maybe. Oh yeah, I wanted to do a little bit of highlighting here too on the little threads over there. I'll just use some of the paint that I have over here on my palette. I'll just use the side of the brush to try and catch anything but the recesses. Okay. We'll have to wait a little bit before this is fully dry. I think I like the trousers better already. Yeah, I don't really mind the trousers like this. Maybe I can add some sharp highlights to some of it. Just tidy it up a little bit, but... what did I use again for the trousers? Let me see. I used Amazing Desert and Ushapti Bone. Okay. Now I did shade it down. I'll get a little bit of Carrick Stone out, which is what I want to use for highlighting the trousers, but then also for the belt. And I'll get some Screaming Skull out too, for the brightest spots. Seems like it's already dry, by the way. Thought it was gonna be a little bit longer, but it's pretty quick. Gonna highlight some of these creases. Not bad. And see if I can get it across this little line over here. Little ridge right over there on the belt. There we go. Try and see if I can maybe do it as well on the other end. I like the way you did the yellow logo. It really catches the eye, and the weathering and chipping is nice. Thank you, dude. I actually had a previous color of yellow, but I decided to strip it all off and start again from scratch, Mauer. I was very unhappy with how the previous yellow looked. So I'm glad to hear you like it, because it took me several attempts. This is my first time painting yellow armor like this. And I've heard a lot of people say that yellow is a massive pain in the ass to paint. Nice to hear you like it. Yeah, I stripped the yellow after I painted the... It was a little bit of work, but I wanted it to be good. Like, I wanted it to be good, and it just didn't look good. I was using some of the Army Painter Fanatic yellows, and for some reason they just didn't really, I don't know. The glazing and stuff just didn't work with them. I can't quite figure out why. It was probably user error. But either way, I didn't love it. Trying to add a little bit of brightness to some of these folds. What's going on, Echo? How are you? Hello, everybody. That I didn't say hello to. Hello. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Just gotta add some highlights as well to the little pouch. A little bit of color variety is important. Otherwise it just looks like a blob. And we don't want it to look like a blob. I think we'll add a little bit of like a glaze towards the upper section here. Yeah, I like the trousers like this. I don't think we really need to do anything else to them. I could try and add a little tiny bit more color to the recesses maybe. These very deep folds. Pretty good. Thank you, Salazar. Do you think I'm crazy for adding blood to the blade? Gotta figure out if dumb or good. Yeah, that's that's what I'm thinking, Gogarius. I don't think the box art of Games Workshop work has ever got any blood, but I guess that's because it probably isn't great for sales. It's probably a lot of parents too that buy their kids, like, you know, maybe they do, but I don't really see it very often. It can definitely look really nice. Yeah, we do have a lot of chipping already on the armor, right? It makes sense to also have some blood. How about fresh blood though? Or both. We can get some dirty, nasty looking stuff. Ah, let's just fucking do it. I have some very nice red paints for it, and we can color it quite well with a little bit of like a shade. So if I mix in a little bit of, so I have a little bit of this. The paint is literally called Blood for the Blood God. It's very good for creating blood effects. It's just very bright blood. Now, I don't think we need to add blood to the rest of the model. I don't really want to do that. We'll add like a little streak of it in some spots, I think. But I'll mix a bit on my palette. So I'll mix a little bit of Agrax Earthshade, which is like a brownish wash, with a little bit of that paint. I'm doing this on my palette here, but I don't have a camera for my palette. This tends to create a very realistic looking blood effect. As someone who has blood, I can confirm. Do we do it? I think just on like one of the two blades. A little bit. Obviously, we gotta add a little bit as well to the other side now. Oh, geez. I accidentally got some on my hand. I'm a real orc, too. Gotta make sure we kind of mirror it on both sides.
Is this still the same orc?
Yeah, I've been painting the same orc for Donkey's Blade. We're finishing it today. It has been a little while since I first started painting this guy. It's still the same mini for about a month. No, I've been painting quite a bit. It's just been a very thorough miniature, let's call it that. And try my best to make it as good as I can make it. I think this is the nicest thing I've painted so far. The whole mini is pretty much how I wanted it. There's still things I would like to do better, but thank you for the resub, by the way, dude. 40 months, hell yeah. Thank you also, Dragon.
Is this the button that makes Loco dip this mini in all of the pink?
Fuck, that would hurt. Thank you, Dragon. Yeah, the Terminator was also pretty good, I think, but I think this one is just a little bit cleaner overall. I think the edge highlighting on the Terminator was not as good, but this one doesn't have as much, like this guy doesn't have a lot of edges. Terminators are all edges. This guy doesn't have nearly as many. I mean, he still has a lot of edges, but I guess because he's an Orruk, it's a little bit more forgiving. Okay. I think that's all pretty good, guys. The little pouch over here on the back, I think looks good. The belt looks pretty good. This whole section over here is decent. I think I can do a better job with all of this. I think the yellow armor, the green skin, the armor in general, the weapons, I'm very pleased with those. The rest can use a little bit more love, but... Also, he's got these little dingle-dangles over here at the bottom. I haven't painted those yet. I have no idea what color they're supposed to be. What are these even supposed to be? Are these metallic? Maybe they're supposed to be metallic. I thought actually... Yeah, I think that's what they are. They're probably supposed to be metallic details. I thought for a while that they were feathers, but now I look about them a little bit more. I think they're supposed to be metallic. Should we make them copper? I think I'll make them copper. If you had purple pants, it would pop. I don't want purple pants, dude. But we can definitely, if I end up painting more orcs, we can definitely get some variety for the... I already went with a green loincloth. That was pretty far for me, Good Stomp. I'm not the bravest when it comes to bright colors. No, I think we have enough colors on this guy as it is. Look, you see that little bicep over here? There is a smudge that I managed to put on there, which is kind of annoying. It's been there for the last 10 hours. I'll get a little bit of green camo out, which is what I use for the brightest highlights on the skin. I think we can probably just glaze it away. Okay, we'll let that dry. I'm gonna use a little bit of true copper for the little whatever they are on the bottom of his weapon. Definitely a little too bright at the moment. But I think I'll just shade it when it's dry with a little bit of Agrax. I didn't really start using a lot of washes on this mini, but I've been using them a little bit more near the ending of it. I think it's fine. How about the bicep now? No, we need a second coat. What's up, Maltafrost? Good morning. I think with this it'll look like it was never smudged. How about the blood? Does the blood look realistic enough? Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, I did already add a little bit of rust. I did add some weathering to it. Not a whole lot, but a little bit.
Came here just to complain about you calling the Dutch education system simple, smiling face emoji.
What? When did I say that? I mean, I say a lot of words. I'm not saying I didn't say that, but I don't remember saying that. Thank you, Paris, for the 7 months. Probably in a video of mine, huh? From some time ago, if I were to make a guess. No, the Dutch education system is a little bit more complex than most. You were watching the VODs of the crab game. Ah, I see, I see. Very fun game. Okay, guys, I think it's about time we move Big Boy over here onto his base. Trying to think if I should drill holes into the base or if I should just remove the things out of his feet. Probably easiest to just remove the things out of his feet. Yeah, we will add a little bit of grass, I think. I'm just gonna put on the glove, mostly because I don't want to accidentally rub the paint off. Have I tried using glue with red paint to make globs of viscera? Yeah, I haven't done that before. This is a little bit more of a cleaner style, I guess. But you can do some crazy effects with like uhu glue and stuff, like wood glue. I've seen some folks do some really cool stuff with it. This one doesn't want to come out. Hello. I am turning it. Am I not? Oh, it's very tight. There. Okay. Ubu ara ara glue. I'm gonna need some clippers. It is nice though for a project like this to all come together. Okay. Gotta decide the positioning of this guy. go with a couple different approaches, a couple different ways. I quite like that. Let me try and see if I can sand the bottom a little bit though. Because there's a little bit of a nip. Let me see. This will be glued on, so it doesn't really matter if we should definitely put the glove on, because I'm gonna rub the paint off. How many hours did I spend on this guy? Honestly, not even, like, I spent quite a few hours. Even though it's been about a month, I didn't paint as much as I normally do. But quite a few hours in total. I don't really know exactly. I guess we'll see mostly with the VODs. I did paint a little bit off stream as well, but I will post this as a video to More Loco as well. So if you want to see the full painting project, that is a way to do it. Gamer grass, dude. I do have some gamer grass, don't you worry. Now, not the type of grass that Jeffrey is talking about, but I do have little plastic bits of foliage. How about that? Gamer foliage. Doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely, I guess. I think we can't really go wrong with any of these. Something like that looks good to me. Gotta grab the super glue. Hold. It will be a little bit before it's fully dry. We have a little bit of a lift over there on the heel, which is what we wanted. Okay. Got them glued down to the base. Very cool pose. I like that very much. All right, last little bits that we gotta do. We have two more things that we need to do. Let's finish the base and varnish it. Finish the base and varnish. That's it. Yeah, I tried to not get too burned out on those sort of things, Dragon. Although I say that, I have a unfinished Death Leaper right in front of me. Okay, so I have some gamer grass. This is gamer grass. Maybe it's not what some of you expected when the words gamer grass were used. What I also have over here is Laurent's eyebrow clip, or what do we call these? Tweezers, tweezers, that's it. I stole those a while ago. She bought new ones, she never noticed. No, she knows. I don't have a whole lot of dirt on this mini. Obviously, he's standing on a giant rock. So I'm just gonna pick some very small ones, I suppose. And we'll just kind of try to drop some of them into the different, you know, bits of foliage here. Just to add a little bit more realism. I don't really want them to be onto the rocks. Some people do that. I don't really like that. Try to scatter a couple of them around. Doesn't make sense to me to put them on the rocks. This is touchable grass that you can touch from the inside of your home. Now, I still use tweezers just for safety. You know what I mean, right, Roman? We don't want to go too crazy here. I still want to keep some distance between me and even the fake grass. Pretty much the same color as the skin. Kinda neat. Now I do want to paint those as well, a little bit. I'll just use like a little bit of like a wash again, mostly just to try and get them a little bit more integrated. A naked orc would be invisible in a grass field. That's beautiful, dude. Also, comments on somebody's skin color. Now I know he's green and in a fictional universe, but still, Roman, this is how you get canceled. In 2028, you're ahead of your time. What's up, Thort? I'm sprinkling a little bit of the Agrax Earthshade into the dirt. Trying to focus primarily on the base of the plants. So we can call it based. I think that's how it works, I don't really know. Yeah, the orc is definitely based now. He's been super glued. That's how based. That's not even how based I am right now, dude. I'm actually not super glued to my chair at all. I can freely move out of it. Crazy stuff. Okay. And now it's time for Twitch Chat's favorite part. As per usual, we end with the rim job. It's an important part of painting Warhammer minis. We gotta get a nice black rim. All around the outside. Around the outside. Around the outside. Yikes, dude. The AK black is so clean. It's really smooth. I used it for the first time on this mini. It is very nice. There's a little fluff here. Don't want fluff on my rim. Yeah, hair when, you know, you're trying to get a nice clean rim here. It's the worst. Thank you for understanding there. I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't mind it, but I don't like it. I like a nice clean rim. I think back sometimes of the first couple rim jobs that I painted. And if I look back at them now, dude, they're not very clean. It looks bad, especially in pictures, I think. Maybe nobody pays attention to those sorts of things, but I notice it in my own pictures. You should look at it up close and you're like, oh, there's just a giant hair that I painted over. Well, as somebody who's got 2 cats, there's always hair. Especially this time of the year, dude. Cat hair everywhere I look. Oh no, we were not talking about Patreon, Thart. How are you liking the new V Rising update, by the way? I heard it's a big update. Oh, okay, okay. No worries. Just doing a second coat here. Very carefully. It's a big one. They changed the graphics. It's way better. They added plenty of new V-bosses. Dang. I'll have to go back to that game at some point. That was really fun to stream with the community too. Okay. I think that's it, guys. The only thing left to do is varnish. I can add a little bit of a highlight over here to these little dingle dangles. Yeah, I'm just looking at every part of the Mini now. Trying to see if there's any parts that I look at that I feel like need fixing before we seal it. I think that's it, guys. All right. Yo, Dialan! You guys joined at the perfect time. I have just finished the miniature. I only need to varnish it now, which I'm gonna go ahead and do. But I think the whole Mini is done. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I'm gonna use a little bit of Ultra Matte varnish, which, as you may have already guessed, is very matte. I will be using the airbrush for it. Maybe I should actually clean the brushes first, just to give this. I'll hit it with the blow dryer real quick, just to give it a little bit of time to set, and then we'll cool down. Clean the brushes, varnish. Not bad. I'm into mini painting, most definitely. Okay, I'm gonna grab some clean water real quick. Clean the brushes, and then we'll, maybe I should varnish it first, actually. What the hell? Let's finish this thing. I do have to make a little bit of room here, because I don't want to varnish straight onto the, my beautiful piece of paper. I'm gonna have to break the fourth wall, chat. Are you ready? It was literally, oh God, it's just a piece of A4 paper. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Ruined. The whole stream was a lie. Okay, let me move all of this. Dude, I have too much junk on my desk. Ay. All right, so I have this very sophisticated airbrushing setup. that I've been spending a lot of money on. It is called Cardboard Box. It is beautiful. I've been using this one for several other bits of project here and there. Gotta make sure that we varnish this bad boy. Now I wanna make sure that I really shake the shit out of this stuff. Luckily for me, I have a lot of practice with that motion. But this stuff does generally, I mean, I've been shaking a lot of paint bottles. This stuff, if you don't shake it well, it's not a good idea. Do I have a link for that box? Yeah, so basically what you do is you order stuff and then sometimes it just shows up at your door. It's incredible. Let me see, I need to get a little brush over here. I gotta get a little bit of thinner. Bam, bam, we have all the things we need. I'm gonna shake it a little bit more just for good measure. Gotta get the airbrush out. Let me see. Yeah, that was incredible. Very good value. Bam. It's working! Is this a weed pipe? Nope. Let me see. Ah, that's why. It was working, but not properly. Turns out it's nice to plug in your compressor. So it actually, oh God. I'm below my desk right now, you guys can't see. There we go. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm always terrified that when I actually down spray the brush, even though I know I'm gonna be using medium, together with a varnish, this is like one of the things that like terrifies me sometimes, okay? When you use an airbrush for like all over varnish at the very end of a project, that somehow, some way, what you pour in is not actually varnish and it's not actually thinner, but just like straight paint. And then when you're spraying, it's just, if you want to see a grown man cry, that's what we need, okay? I'm gonna try and not do that though. Seems like a bad build. I don't think I really need a whole lot. We'll do like a couple drops of thinner. Just use red for varnish. I mean, the bottles are very different. Oh. That should be more than enough. What's going on, Louis? You're sick in bed today? Oh no. Hope you feel better soon, dude. That sucks. All right. That should do the trick. It's all empty. It's all out. I don't do too much, but just a little bit to protect the paint, which is going to make, you know, if you like accidentally pick it up or say like there's, I don't know, it gets knocked over or whatever, at least the paint won't scrape off as easily. It's obviously still not going to be 100% safe ever, but at least we can make life a little bit more secure this way. And it also kind of dulls down some of the shine. Because some of the paint, so I used a couple different brands of paint, and some of the brands of paint have like more of like a gloss finish, or they have like more of like a satin type of finish, or they're like a little bit more matte. Like for example, the paint that I used just now for the rim, extremely matte. And this kind of pulls all of that in a similar setup. Can you guys hear the compressor, by the way? A little bit, right? A little, I think a little tiny bit. Just running a little bit of cleaner through the brush so we can use it again next time. Okay. Turn off the compressor, put the airbrush back on its little stand. Excellent. All right, guys. So I believe that is this entire miniature done. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Excellent. I believe that's this entire miniature done. I am very happy with it. So this was about a month of work. Fuck me, dude. It's so small. I'm trying to think, what do I have for like a size comparison? Here we go. I've got an Xbox controller, in case you're trying to figure out the scale. It's very tiny, okay? It's very small. Sometimes I feel like on stream, it is not entirely obvious how large a scale we're talking about. But yeah, I think this is very nice. I am very pleased with how this thing has turned out. I'll take some beauty pictures of it later. And I'll post them to socials and stuff. I can get a little bit more of the varnish over here. Sorry, I'm gonna brush some of it on. Just a little tiny bit. Onto the little joints that I glued from. Mostly just because the super glue is a little bit more glossy than the rest. Should be good enough. All right, we'll let that dry fully. Hell yeah, guys. GG. Very happy with that. Huh. Oh, you know what? One more thing. Let's compare it to my first Orruk that I painted now about a year ago. So I started mini painting about, I want to say 14, 15 months ago or so. Here's one that I painted at the time. I was very pleased with how this one turned out at the time. I thought it was pretty sick. So this is about a year of progression. Now this is a very different painting technique than this one on the right. The one on the left is mostly contrast paints. But that's a fun little comparison. Maybe we'll do one more in like a year from now. How about that? In like a year from now, we'll do another one, see what it's like then.